Disclaimer. This show is for discussion and entertainment purposes only. The Finding Gnosis Show is a platform for open discussion, exploration, and opinion sharing. The views expressed by hosts, guests, and participants are personal opinions and do not constitute professional, medical, legal, or financial advice. All topics discussed are only intended to spark curiosity, entertain, and encourage independent thought. If any subject interests you, we strongly advise conducting your own thorough research using reliable and professional sources. Critical thinking and due diligence is key. Stay curious, stay informed, be well, be lucky, and don't be an arsehole.
Relax and take a moment to go inwards, seek inspiration from what is going on inside your mind. Allow thoughts and feelings to marinate in your conscious awareness. What comes to the fore? Meditate on whatever signs and symbols appear in your mind's eye. Relax and meditate, and when you feel ready, when you feel compelled to say something, click on the link in the live chat to speak to us. Hello, everybody. I do hope you are exceedingly well. This is the Finding Gnosis show. We are trying to find out what is going on in this strange existence that we are all apparently sharing. And we're trying to find out what we should be doing here. Hello to everybody that's here. I believe Simon is here. Hello there. Hello to Nibbles. Hello to Brother Marcus. Vidor. Nibble, did I say that? Hello to Nibbles. Yeah, hello to all of you who are already here. And to Nightingale Prime, who says, can I join the stream? Well, yes, you can. The link is in the live chat. Do come on, Nightingale Prime. If you're an adult, yeah, you're welcome to come on. And if you'll behave yourself. If you promise not to break the law while you're on the stream, you can come on the stream. The link is in the live chat. We are waiting for newbies to come along and old timers, people who are part of the furniture here at Finding Gnosis, to come on and start the show to get the conversation flowing. That's what we do here. We talk and we try to find out what really matters. Sometimes we seem to touch the surface of things, but it's a very complex, situation, isn't it? This existence. And as of yet, I don't know if we have found Gnosis, but hopefully we're on the way. We are trying to find Gnosis. Nightingale says that they hope Chickpea joins. Okay, Nightingale. Fair enough. We all hope that. We all pray for Chickpea. Hope that she joins. She is very much a part of the show. She's one of the main acts, if not the main act. So, Chickpea, if you're out there and if you can hear us, hear our plea, do come and save us from our chickpea drought. We are looking to be replenished with chickpea. We want chickpea oozing into our ears and titillating our mind. Where are you, Chickpea? Okay, what's going on? There's about 17 people watching. Fair enough. I suppose I'll just read some newspaper articles. What's this about? Right, let me just share screen. Guardian, no less. The land will be left as ashes. Why Patagonia's wildfires are almost impossible to stop. Commiserations to anybody in Patagonia. I heard the fires are terrible at the moment, so yeah, let's have a read of this and see what this is about. Since the 5th of January, more than 18,000 hectares of native forest, grasslands, villages, and tourist resorts have been ravaged by Patagonia's wildfires. There's the picture there. Yeah, scary stuff. Funding cuts, conspiracy theories, and powder keg pine plantations have seen January's forest fires tear through Chubut in southern Argentina. Lucas Chiappe had known for a long time that the fire was coming. For decades, the environmentalist had warned that replacing native trees in the Andes mountain range with highly flammable foreign pine was a recipe for disaster. In early January, flames raced down the Perk Hill and edged closer to his home in the Patagonian town of Epuyén, Argentina, where he had lived since the 1970s. 30 people with 6 motor pumps fought for hours, hoses stretched for kilometers, but there was no way. He says, we had to throw all our equipment into the stream and get the hell out of there. He says, as he recalls fleeing as the inferno engulfed his house. The dragon chased us until we crossed the river, and we had to speed between 2 fire columns along a trail barely a kilometer wide. Experts say the replacement of native tree species with a highly flammable foreign pine monoculture has contributed to the spread of wildfires. Okay, look at that picture there. Terrifying. Since the 5th of January, more than 36,000 hectares, that's 90,000 acres of native forests, grasslands, villages, and tourist resorts in Patagonia have been ravaged by wildfires, mainly in the southern Argentine province of Chubut, according to the Federal Emergency Agency. Greenpeace says the affected area exceeds 40,000 hectares. Wildfires are also hitting Chile, however you prefer to say it, with at least 18 people killed this month. Environmental groups and workers blame extreme weather, which scientists link to the climate crisis, and cuts to national fire prevention budgets. There was a confluence of many climatic factors, says Andreas Napoli, director of the Environment and Natural Resources Foundation. This year has not had enough snowfall. There are low humidity levels and high accumulation of combustible elements in the forest. A reference to monoculture pine plantations, which act as powder kegs. Recent rainfall and the firefighters' efforts brought momentary relief, but the outbreaks reactivated after prolonged heat wave and strong winds. Okay. President Javier Milei's government has systematically defunded the National Fire Management Service, resulting in a reduction of 81% on last year's budget. Okay, prevention efforts such as building fire breaks and community engagement have been hampered, with firefighters forced to work in poor conditions for low salaries. It does sound like it is hitting the fan. The shit is hitting the fan in Argentina, especially around Patagonia. Brutal stuff. Somebody has joined. Let's see who it is. Leader Laney, you are on the show. Welcome, sir.
Hi, DNW.
How are you doing?
Not too bad.
How you doing?
Can you hear me, DNW?
Sorry? Not too bad. That's good. Anything you'd like to say, Leader
not
Laney?
really, pal. No, just got back from my lad's football training, so just chilling out, just seeing how we are.
Oh, you got a young lad playing football, have you?
Yeah. And I normally play for a pool team as well on a Wednesday night, but it's a bit of a journey away, so I couldn't be bothered going. So I thought stay in.
So what do you do? Do you play a bit of five-a-side on a Wednesday? Do you?
No, sorry, it's my son. He does training,
Oh,
football.
1 second, leader. 1 second. Someone's asked me something. 1 second. Sorry about that. Yeah, so that's good that you're doing that. How did he get on? All right.
Yeah, he's just training, like, keep him fit. Just get him off the computer games, innit? Try to get him more active instead of being stuck in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
house.
Good man. He lives with you?
Yeah. Well, I've got a few
I'm
kids
glad to
actually,
hear.
but don't tell Danny Shine. But yeah, I've got more
Well,
than one.
he has them as well.
I believe so. Yeah, I've been well, I followed him many years ago, Danny Shine. Remember when he was in
So,
the
what do
Love
you think of
Police?
his? What do you think of what he says in general?
Do you know what? I kind of agree with what he says in a way, really.
Wow.
It's, I mean, I won't say go as far as him, but a lot of what he says, I do understand where he's coming from. I believe you used to be a bit of a antinatalist yourself. You used to.
Yeah. I mean, it seems when you hear it, it seems undefeatable. Like but the problem is it's impractical, and not everyone thinks like that. You have to. I think it takes a special kind of mind to see the logic in it, but also not all humans think like that, and that is the
Yeah,
issue. And if
I'm
you're going to
still
have
fairly
compassion
kind
for
of new to the
humans,
concepts. Yeah, I'm still trying to. I need to put a bit more thought into it, really. You know, I'm still kind of quite new to the idea of it. Like, it's took me back a bit, so I need to mull over it a bit more, I think.
well, aside from all that, what do you think of the current state of affairs around the world, in the UK? How do you feel the world is moving?
Well, it doesn't
What's
seem
your
so good. I
thoughts?
mean, if when I watch the media, it's like we're going to hell in a handbasket. But when I'm in my own area, I don't really see it. Like, you know what I mean? It's like everyone seems to be getting along and whatnot, and there doesn't seem to be too many dramas. Like, and yet when you put on the
Yeah,
news, it's
you
like,
sound like. Well, what part? Do you mind telling us what part of the UK you're in?
yeah, like round Manchester way,
All right, okay. And
northwest.
are you more urban, or are you near the countryside, or?
Yeah, it's like suburbs really. So
Okay, so you got a
we're
nice
not too
mix.
far. We're not too far from the
And you
city.
feel like
Like,
it's not too bad there, but if you go into Piccadilly Gardens in Manchester and into the city centre of Manchester, it's pretty heavy. It's pretty crazy in there, right?
yeah, I was there about a few months ago. Yeah, and yeah, it's a different world there. Certainly, it's
So
yeah, especially
are you benefiting from?
especially around Piccadilly Gardens. It's a
So
bit
are you
airy.
benefiting from being back from the craziness then, and you feel that life isn't too bad for you personally? I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Um,
Where I am for now, anyway, it seems to be all right. But who knows in
good. I'm
another
glad
10,
to hear
20
that.
years.
And what do you feel are the major worries for this country, for the world, in the short term and mid term?
Yeah, it's just I don't know. It's who we're listening to, really, isn't it? I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like if you listen to the leaders and that, they're making out that it's no problem, like Sadiq Khan and Keir Starmer and that. But there's otherwise. I think there's a great divide in it with the left and the right, and it's like they try to brew a civil war will be brewing. Like there's a lot of hatred, isn't there, and division being spread, and it's not good. And who should be really be looking at that responsible? The people that are in positions of power. It's like if they want us to fight each other. I feel like they try to stir it up. They're like, like what's to, hate on the Muslims and whatnot, and try and cause division with us.
Apparently, the news today is that U.S. President Trump is signaling that he is considering an extensive campaign against Iran that includes regime change. You know, he said he'd sent over an armada. Basically, they are basically surrounded. Shit is about to hit the fan over there, and Iran has said if anything comes their way, they will react like never before. But I don't know what that means exactly. Whether they have any real power, only maybe they might send a few rockets towards Israel. I don't know. But yeah, the Iranian situation is brutal. Obviously, in Iran itself, the protesters have been, being basically executed on the streets.
Well, there's a bit of an uprising in it. Like, they've been suppressed for a long time, and they're uprising. But it's just a really bad situation in it, and hopefully World War III won't kick off because of the consequences.
And apparently, France has joined the rest of the European Union today in supporting the inclusion of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps on the EU terror list. So that they're the guys that have basically been out on the streets killing the protesters. So yeah, it looks like shit is about to hit the fan in Iran.
Who do you think Iran's allies are going to be, though, as well?
I don't know. Nobody really came to their aid last time, did they?
No, they didn't really. Which I was surprised.
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that actually. Yeah, it's a bit surprising.
I don't think they really have anybody willing to put their neck on the line for them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I thought some had come from maybe the Arab world, or maybe even China and Russia might stick their oar in.
Well, there'll be a bit of saber rattling, perhaps, but there won't be much else. I wouldn't say there'd be much support from anyone. Russia won't do anything. Maybe we'll see. Fatima, you're on the show. Welcome. Nibble says regarding Patagonia and extreme weather elsewhere, including Blighty, it may sound hard-nosed, but most people do not care about the environment, or they'd be vegan if they did. Okay.
That's kind of funny. Noodle said that.
Nuance Nudibrandt says the fan is riddled in shit everywhere at this point. So
yeah, that's true.
It's raining shit. Yeah. It's raining slurry all over the world.
Yeah, it's raining diarrhea everywhere.
Fatima, what would you like to say? Bear in mind, you annoyed me yesterday, so you better start behaving yourself. But I am giving you a chance.
Okay. Yeah, I apologize for yesterday. Yeah. Anyway, so I saw you read the news about the wildfires, yeah, and it's pretty crazy. It kind of reminds me of what happened in the Amazon rainforest. I'm sure you guys remember that one, right?
Well, yeah, I mean it's still ongoing, isn't it? That's basically humans are burning it down, aren't they? To create logging and
logging,
super farms.
Yeah, super farms, yeah. Yeah. But I keep hearing that there's a conspiracy theory about this that the president of Argentina, his name is Milei, he's actually allowing this to happen. He knew about this a year or a few months prior to burning down. So and he's making
I have no doubt there will be conspiracy theories given that he defunded the
I think that's pretty obvious. I don't think it's a conspiracy theory at that point. I think it's obvious that he knew that was going to happen because he is known for being a anti-welfare, social safety net person. Very against that stuff. He's
And how long has he been in charge there? Because we had one in charge of Brazil. He got turfed out. Was he in charge?
Bolsonaro, the other right-wing president.
Yeah, was the Argentinian guy in charge when Bolsonaro was around, or is he more recent?
He left the same year the Bolsonaro left. Bolsonaro was voted out of office. Yeah.
Yeah, apparently his son is trying to basically. I think they're going to have an election this year.
Yes, Brazilian election. The presidency. Yeah, the presidency.
Yeah, yep. Bolsonaro's son. Yeah.
Yeah,
which will be interesting and scary if he does win.
Oh, I don't think he will.
No.
No, because in Brazil right now, there's a lot of tensions with America right now because Trump's putting a tariffs on Brazil right now because he's putting tariffs on everyone, right? And with his recent invasion of Venezuela, his attack on Venezuela, which is starting to like make a lot of weary senses in South America. Yeah, I think there's a chance either their current president is going to stay, which is Lula, or some other political dark horse that isn't tied to like any one of them. Which I think that's like the second option is the third is the strongest one because there's this one president in Brazil right now, Brazilian politics. His name is, I think, Aldo Rebelo, and he's kind of like a almost an isolationist person. Yeah,
You got to be wary of these isolationists. So that is a crazy thing to be in this day and
yeah.
age.
Of course it is. Yeah, but like he supports like the welfare state. He supports nationalizing more industry. But he's weird because he seems to be like a mixture of the right and the left for his extreme nationalism and isolationism, but like his focus on like not being too dependent on foreign investment in banks like the U.S. and the EU and so on, so on. So
Maybe he's beckoning in the Yanks. Maybe he's a setup. Maybe he's going to go in there and they're going to say, "Hey, we got to go and sort this guy out." you
maybe
know?
who knows? Who knows? But as for your question of a Malay, Malay started to be in office in 2023, and like ever since then, the inflation rate of Argentina has gone way up high. Like it's been so much bad. Like all throughout my life, I've been hearing that socialism doesn't work or like alternative to capitalism doesn't work, and like, well, we have one dude here who was like the super duper, free market person, and like he's literally ruining his country. Like there's more like homelessness, there's more like the wage has gone down in Argentina, the currency is almost broken, the pesos, I believe. Yeah, so yeah, so everyone here in America, I live in America, every right-wing person here in America, like every like that's like a moron, like the Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire, those people, right? Everyone, Trump followers, they say he was going to save Argentina from like inflation because even before that, Argentina had like a big inflation, but now it's gotten worse. So I guess it's jokes on them.
All right. Thank you for that. Nightingale, you're on the show. What is it you'd like to add to conversation?
Oh, hello. Is this working? Hello?
You're a little bit. The audio is not great, mate. I can maybe try and turn you up my end, but there you go. I've turned you up. Try again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't know. Can you speak into your microphone? Maybe get closer to it or something because you're very faint.
I'm using a headset. It's like right there in front of me. I'll try switching my laptop mic.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I'll turn you right up. Oh, sorry. Oh, I accidentally. No, I didn't do it. I almost kicked you out there. Let me just try and turn that volume up even more. There you go.
Can you
I've
guys hear
turned
me
you up.
well? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I can hear you well, Fatima.
Oh,
So go
okay,
ahead,
thank you.
Nightingale.
Yep, can you hear me?
Yeah. So Nightingale, what would you like to say?
Oh, I just joined. I was just kind of out of it. You're talking about Argentina, I'm guessing?
Yeah, Argentina, South America.
Yep, all that
Not a
stuff.
part
Yeah.
of the world I'm overly familiar with, but Fatima, you seem to be.
That's
Did
because my both of my parents are from South America. Both of my parents are from Peru. So yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. Have you been there?
I've only been there twice. Oh, when I was only a kid. I spent a lot of time there when I was a kid, between ages 3 to 8, and then I came back here when I was like 8. So yeah.
I did
But I
want to
was
do the Inca Trails before. Did you ever do them?
no, unfortunately, I didn't get enough time to go into like the Incan archaeological sites. I only spent time in like the beaches, the cities, and like maybe like we have dunes there, sand dunes there on like the buggies. That was pretty fun. Yeah, that was about it. Unfortunately, I would like to go one day, but like I have like other places I want to see though. So yeah, I have to wait.
Okay, Nightingale. We were also talking about the trajectory of the world at large. Where do you see it headed in the near term and midterm? So when I say near term, I mean in the next 5 years. Midterm, say maybe within the next 20 years. Can you hear us, Nightingale? Whilst we're waiting for Nightingale to come back to planet Earth, Leader Laney, where do you see the planet going in the next 5 years?
Sorry, DNW, I've just got to sort my kids out. They're all kicking off. They got school in the morning. They're misbehaving. So
No problem,
I'll
mate.
get
No
back to
problem.
you.
You can sort them out and come back when you're ready, brother. All right. Okay. You can give yourself muted. Yeah, that's fine. Fatima, what do you think is going to happen? Oh, by the way, I say Fatima. Is it actually Fatima? How should I say it?
Actually, I don't mind. I don't. I'm not that stressed about it. Fatima, it doesn't matter to me. Whichever, like your accent and like the cultural.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have always said Fatima, so that's what I've always said. So
yeah. So go ahead. But as long as you just use she/her pronouns, I'm gonna be all right. You know.
Right. I mean, I probably won't even use that generally. I mean, I don't generally even use pronouns much, but
Oh really?
anyway,
Okay.
we'll
Well,
see.
it's no
Okay,
worries.
Fatima. So, where do you see the world going in the next 5 years then?
5 years? It's pretty easy. I think that America is gonna be even more isolated economically and like socially from the world. They're already ruining their world reputation. I think that as bad as what other countries are right now with all like the tariffs and sanctions, I think that other countries are going to start to wake up even more now and start to look for alternative economic routes and social routes and diplomacy routes. China, Russia are really, really starting to like bring in investment from Africa and Latin America. You know, there's already a type of like, sphere of influence war in Africa right now. And Africa has a lot of resources now. And like now people I'm not sure if you know who the streamer I Show Speed is, but he recently did like a tour of Africa, and people are starting to hear that Africa isn't as like backwards as it was. It's actually pretty semi well uh, developed and urbanized. So like, and there's a lot of resources there. So that's why there's kind of like a new great game in Africa, a new scramble of Africa between the great powers. So I think what's gonna happen is that like a shift is going to happen very very soon. It's already happening. So yeah, I think America's going to be even more isolated, whether they want to or not. Like we literally had the PM of Canada, Mark Carney, saying that there's a rupture in like the world international based orders. And yes, and that's exactly what's happening.
Okay, and what about AI and work-wise,
Oh,
general contentment levels? What do you think?
I think that for like in like on some big spots of the Western world, we're going to see more depression, more homelessness, more drug addiction because AI is slowly taking away jobs. It's a fight between humans and AI now. Like people are starting to wake up, but like the average commoner doesn't have access towards these AI corporations and machines. And like we have people like Elon Musk, Joe Rogan saying that AI is your new god, basically. So like, who knows? But I think it's gonna be a struggle for like human centric work and AI work. And me, I'm kind of neutral about it because like. And the stuff I want to do, I just want to have like a simple life. I'm not gonna go in like the corporate sphere of influence. So yeah, that's only for like the corporate sphere. Like I doubt AI will take away like the manual jobs easy like soon. But I think definitely the corporate jobs, Hollywood jobs, I think those are going to go away very very soon. Unfortunately. Excuse me there.
That's okay. Anybody listening, do you want to come on? Links in the live chat. Do come on if you, would like to say anything at all. Fatima, we do ask sometimes, have you had any strange paranormal experiences? Have you ever had any? Hello, Danny. Danny, you were just mentioned, but he has just popped off. There was a father of a few children from Manchester who was on, and he was saying he can't. He has been following you for years since you were in the Love Police. But he was saying, although he's not fully there, he kind of understands what you're saying. But he has popped off to tend to his kids, so he's not around. Maybe he'll come back on. But Fatima, do you want to answer that question?
Oh, have I experienced any like paranormal? Yeah, I guess you can say like, what's the thing where you talk about something and you see it again, it pops up as
Deja vu.
synchronicity. Yeah, synchronicity.
That's
Yeah,
a synchronicity, yeah.
yeah.
Deja vu is when you feel like you've experienced something
Deja vu.
before.
Yeah, that happens to me pretty much every day, and I'm not sure if I can just blame that on just like either the supernatural or that's just sometimes how time works in of itself, if you know what I mean,
Mm.
right? Like, I don't know. I'm pretty like agnostic on a lot of things, including like the metaphysical side, you know. So yeah, yeah, but
Yeah.
like I don't like deny, I don't attack like the supernatural claims because like even though I personally don't see the validity of them, a lot of people do. So like I'm it's like it's kind of like if you want to believe in that, that's fine, Of course, yeah.
Maguzar, you're on the show. Are you that person from South America? Maguzar, you're currently muted.
Hello,
Whilst we're,
hello.
yeah, hello,
I
Maguzar. What would you like to say?
No, nothing. I was just listening to his stream, and I was pretty interested in everything that's going on around the world. I'm from Argentina, and
Oh,
all these.
hola.
Oh, yeah, hola. So yeah, basically, there is this whole fire thing going on the Patagonia, and everything's messed up, really, and they just let it happen, like Fatima said, and yeah, it's out of control.
And if I can just ask you a question,
Yeah.
Maguzar, the president there is like really, really bad, right? Like the economy isn't good anymore,
Sorry,
right?
one
Like,
second, guys. Guys, one
oh,
second. Danny, I'm just going to mute you, mate, because we can hear a lot of background noise.
Oh yeah, no problem.
All right.
okay.
So go ahead, guys.
Oh, he's on mute. Okay. But like I just wanted like someone I just wanted to find out if like if it's really that bad they reflect the inflation, the economic, yeah, because he said he lived in Argentina, so but he's on mute, so I'll just
He
wait
said,
for him to come.
do you live in Patagonia,
No, no,
Maguzar?
no. I'm from Buenos Aires. I'm
Buenos,
from the
the
capital.
You're from
capital,
Yeah, yeah,
Buenos Aires,
yeah,
okay.
yes,
the
yeah.
capital, okay, the
Am I
capital.
right? Am I
So,
right that Patagonia was a place that a lot of Welsh people went back in the day? Is that right?
well, I guess so. The thing is that there's not that many population in that area. It's very
Yeah.
isolated. The thing is that it has a lot of natural resources, though, a lot of them,
Yeah,
and
diamonds and oil.
yeah, there's a
Yeah, I
lot of
believe that's
stuff
why
going on.
the Welsh people went there because there's a lot of mining there, is there?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and
There
I
is this
believe
place
I
called
believe it was
Vaca
one of the few.
Muerta.
Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
there is oil. There's a refinery that opened up recently, and I think last week they got a deal with India to build subterranean tunnels to transport the oil and the gas from the Patagonia to the sea, so it can be shipped. So they're basically setting up the country. So it was
Yeah,
pretty,
I
yeah,
could assume. Yeah,
yeah.
and like now that is the president there? Like I would imagine that people are turning on him over there, right? The president, MLA.
No, actually, things are better because there's less corruption, but at the same time, there's other decisions that I don't like. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, we have a more strict. There's less corruption in the government. There's less inflation than before, but there's less jobs at the same time because
Yeah,
it's like we are in the middle of a transition still. And he believes in free commerce. He's a very liberal, and it makes it worse that the fact that um, the country always relied on aid from the government, and we have really extremely high taxes. So this guy is basically lowering the taxes and trying to make a free market flow again, but it's just capitalism to extreme basically, and it doesn't work that well,
yeah,
honestly.
it's not
This,
going well.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
everyone online is like talking about like you guys kind of like in the Hispanic world. I'm not, but like I
yeah,
see memes about it. Yeah, people are making fun of him a lot. Yeah, because of it. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, and like I don't live like there. I live in the U.S. So we have like another like
yeah,
like moron in office. So yeah, yeah, that's why I plan to like go somewhere else this year. I plan to relocate. Yeah, so you know.
I see. So back to well, basically, I found this in the Gnosis show. I don't know what you guys, if you guys like talk about mostly things that happen around the world, or because I got into Gnosticism recently a bit, and it's very interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, it is
yeah,
interesting.
yeah. I mean, and you can kind of feel there's an outside force controlling everything, you know.
Yeah, there
Yeah,
is something. Yeah, there's something outside force. What
yeah,
I think the outside force is actually not outside. I think it's us. I think us humans are the forces in that. Like, there's like
yeah,
other things. Like when it comes to me in the world system, I think it's like two rivalries. Like one that wants to use like the neoliberal Reagan order, and then there's the other one that's against that. And like you choose each side, and now the smaller poor countries are choosing each side now, and like it's all about like, do you want economic dependency or economic the sovereignty, or like the cultural sovereignty, which does like kind of like divide people, like there's isolationism, free trade, protectionism, and stuff like that.
yeah,
And like, I guess where I stand, like, I don't know, like I'm definitely up for like a new way of the world, even though I'm naturally like very pessimistic and doomer person, right? Like I'm very very pessimistic person, just my attitude
yeah,
and my worldview. But like there are some moments where I have like an idealist mindset, where like I want like another world where like it's like this the world system goes away forever, and now there's something there that's like more like fair, even though that's very idealistic of me to even say that. And so I kind of stopped thinking about that. But it is interesting to see it kind of have like its head creep up from the waters, because that's what it does like sometimes with these news, you know.
yeah. I do feel that at some point, like the whole system will collapse because we feel like this whole cycle of we build and we destroy. But at some point, we will reach a point in society that the foundation will crumble and maybe a new beginning will appear,
Yeah, of
as a
course.
whole.
Yeah.
Because if the system is no longer working for us, um, and I also feel like AI is reaching a point where if we're not gonna find any jobs, like they say that basically every job will be replaced by AI,
Yeah, it's like
that
it's
that
like a
we
process too,
yeah, yeah, we will reach a point that people will long that connection. That's why I think the most important jobs will be like in the lines of customer service. Those will still remain because you know uh, people like that connection. They don't feel that that sense of belonging when they're talking to an AI, and
yeah.
I think that's gonna be a problem though still.
Yeah, it will be like I think,
Yeah,
I know D&W isn't too crazy about this label, but I do consider myself AN. But like I do know, like, it doesn't have much practical value, so like I don't really bring it up too much with anyone. Like I
yeah,
kind of keep it to myself. I'm very very like a very like private person.
yeah,
Like, yeah, when it comes to like my true ideas, like I kind of have to like find other ways to talk about it. Thankfully, there's a bunch of other things to like delve into, so yeah. So yeah,
yeah,
so like, yeah, but like, when it comes to AI, it's interesting because I think, like, I think that the super jobs, like the corporate Hollywood, those jobs are going to be gone in like 10 to 20 years, or even less than
yeah,
that. Yeah, but when
definitely.
it comes to like the labor jobs, the manual jobs, like selling like fruits on the streets, or like chopping down trees, or like stuff like that, building houses, I think humans are still going to fight for that alone, like
Yeah,
agriculture and stuff like that. Sure, we might use supercomputers to like have estimates about whether, and like if the seed or crops are going to grow, but still I think that humans would just want to use AI as a tool and not something to be replaced by, if you know what I mean. But
Yeah,
like
exactly.
but I think that's going to be a struggle and a process to fight for, because like as me being a skeptic of humans, like I think the elites who made AI want to just ruin everything for us. Like, I genuinely do believe in that, and I think anyone here can kind of see that.
So I was researching about AI because basically it interested me a lot. There was this video. I don't remember what channel it was. They were talking about how they basically they're building AI so they can live in a world where we are no longer belong. So the elites will probably upload their mind or whatever to a system in the cloud or whatever,
There's that
and
too. Yeah.
then yeah, the transhumanism is insane at the moment.
Transhumanism, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly. Like
so
that's
they
the thing. There's
yeah,
like a shit ton of speculations on what can we do with AI. It's so crazy that like that's why I take like a I don't take a strong opposition on AI, because like there's like 1.2 like trillion ways we can use it and speculations about it. So like who knows really? All I know is the fact that like some jobs will be surely are going to be gone soon, and people will fight for their jobs in the near future. Yeah, that's
yeah.
the battle. That's the material battle. For all the speculation and whatnot, sounds interesting, but I just don't think that like I'm gonna be alive enough to like upload my soul or whatever inside like a supercomputer and see like alternate realities. I don't think I'm gonna live that long, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I don't think any one of us are gonna live that long. It would be
I
interesting to
don't know.
see.
I don't know. At the rate that AI is evolving, I think we're pretty close.
Pretty close to
Uh,
like to like
to
upload
singularity,
our
I'm
souls.
sure. I'm pretty sure to singularity we're close. Plus, Neuralink, it's like
Oh
that.
God,
I think
Neuralink.
that's Elon Musk.
Yeah,
That's
that
his
is
whole
Musk. Yeah,
plan.
and like
Upload. Yeah,
upload. Yeah, which is like I don't know about that, because like there's arguments for and against it. The arguments against it are from like bona fide philosophers like Heidegger and like religious ones. Like they make pretty
yeah,
strong cases again. Like I'm sure you heard of Heidegger, or at least someone in the audience here knows Heidegger. And then there's people like a jack of all. Yeah, exactly. So like, who knows, man? But all I know is the fact that my life. The average human lifespan is like 75 years, maybe more, maybe less. Anything could happen to me. Like 2 years ago, I was in a car wreck that almost kind of like made me not be here anymore. So yeah, so like anything can happen. Like I'm all right. Like
yeah.
I have no major injuries, no bruisings, but still, the fact that anything in life can happen to you is really just puts me into like a point of view that like, all right, if whatever happens, yeah.
Yeah, I
Mm.
see.
Magazar, going back to your interest in Gnosticism and perhaps there being a malevolent force in control of this reality.
Okay, so
What has led you to believe that? And could you also maybe tell us about any strange paranormal experiences you've had personally as well, if you've had any?
well, yeah, I did. Actually, I was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Sorry, I don't know. It's schizophrenia. I think it's how I can pronounce it.
Yeah. You said
Yeah,
it fine.
yeah,
That's fine.
yeah. So this happened a couple of years ago. When I had my psychotic breaks, I was able to tap. It was only temporary though. It's not like I can hear voices all the time. Like usually these people that had they have schizophrenia have, they hear voices, they tell them to do stuff, and I don't get none of that. I basically see visions of the future or events that will happen, and they eventually do, which scares me a lot. So the first vision I had that was kind of paranormal, that was my mom. She passed away because she was sick. And in this vision, 1 year
Sorry to hear
prior,
that.
one year prior, don't worry about it. It's been a long time. Yeah, 1 year prior that happened. So this vision told me that how was she gonna pass, and when, not when, but how. And I saw it all in my head. And I tell my friend, and he's like, I tell my friend that, oh, she's sick with this and that. And then he was like, when she actually gets diagnosed, this usually happens. I had like 3 psychotic breaks like this. Okay. So when I told him that she was sick, he comes to me and says, you already told me this a year ago. And I go like, what? You know? And I was like, I don't know. I don't think that time flows linearly, obviously. Maybe things are written in stone, but I feel we're able to tap onto, the future. And with Gnosticism, I feel like there is something like, I don't know if it's an AI or, the actual demiurge or whatever. I feel like they're trying to manipulate the outcomes in a way where if you're not sovereign and not free from those chains, we might get outcomes that we don't like and that they're not favorable, and well, these visions I had all visions. I'm actually writing a book and I'm describing all these visions. I'm also able to astral travel. I usually do it unconsciously, and sometimes I do it and I saw stuff, really weird stuff, like they say about the Saturn Moon matrix, how the moon amplified the Saturn signal to.
I think that's I think that's David Icke, isn't it? David Icke made that, right?
Yeah. So in the moon, what I saw when I astral travel towards the moon, there is like this in astral, the you can see like ruins or buildings that are not seen. They are not able to see in the 3D world because they are not in another dimension. And under the moon, there is something that, like, I don't know if it's a computer or whatever. It's like basically like a Death Star, so to speak, and it's pretty weird. And so there's a lot of stuff I saw, and mostly the visions that I had, they came through. For what I saw, by 2033, we will reach singularity, and I see Neuralink becoming like a phone, basically, and everyone will have it. Everyone will be connected to the net through Neuralink, and if my prediction is correct, by that time we will reach singularity, most likely. But I don't know. Because all the visions I had, they tend to happen.
Do you have a time frame for that? Do you have a time frame for the kind of Neuralink kind of network of humanity?
When will it start? Probably 2027, and then it will be mainstream by 2033. And then we'll be all be connected through a neural network on the cloud, basically. And everyone, I don't know, if you saw stuff like Black Mirror, you know how that end up. People will be very lonely. The loneliness, they be isolated. It'd be worse than now. I don't know how it's gonna end up, because if AI reaches the point of singularity, and people will be stuck in like a matrix of sorts, then you wouldn't know if you're talking to a real person or not at all in that matrix. People will be, but I think the point is, like, they say that there was there's 2 timelines, one where we reach that point that I'm telling about, and one where we diverge and go through an awakening of sorts.
Nah.
But I don't think I think they could happen at the same time. People who would like to be connected, and people who would like to stay true to the roots of humanity, and be like spiritual and
Yeah.
isolated from the technology.
Yeah, there's gonna be
Yeah,
like a type of like a conflict, I think, with those two groups somewhere in like the future when AI gets more powerful. Yeah.
yeah, basically that. Yeah,
Yeah. Powerful, yeah. It's bound to happen, Just there's me, I wanna be in my hut inside Indonesia. That's one of the countries I wanna go to, live to, like yeah, like and I just wanna eat good fruit and look at the palm trees, the monkeys, the lizards, enjoy the beach, the islands, the Thai islands as well. Yeah, but like I guess like it's gonna be interesting to see what's gonna become of us in like 20 years, honestly, because like as you said, with how fast AI is, it's crazy.
yeah, it's
Hello,
crazy.
Dreamer Life. How you doing?
Hello, I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good. We're just hearing these guys talking about what their predictions are for the future. Now, Magazar says that in the past he has dreamt and had visions of things that have come true. Am I right, Magazar?
Yeah, they're sort of like visions, like I was ready. Oh, no, more like I don't know how to explain visions though, because it felt like I was really there at the time. So yeah, I had these multiple visions. They felt more like dreams, and I also saw the pandemic, sort of, but it was like back in 2012, and it felt like there was this like evil spreading towards the world. But the bad thing is that I'm not given any time frames when I hear these visions. But for some reason, the last one I did have, and it was 2033, and that number is stuck in my head. And by the time we get there, I see what what really happens.
Dreamer Life, have you ever had a vision that came true, like, or a dream that came true?
Yeah, like I had that experience in my life years ago, and I like within myself, like I heard like something speak to me, and then it did come to be, like it's interesting what the other man was saying there, like talking about the AI, and like how fast it's expanding, and talking about like where will we be in 20 years, like, but it was like he was relating that to the technology, but us as consciousness, where are we going to be, like we're also evolving as well, you know. So it's fascinating, like this experience being a human being, like with our dreams, like all the magic about us, like it's quite a cool experience, don't you think?
Right. Simon, what would you like to add to the conversation? Have you ever had a vision that came true, a dream that came true? Simon is asleep. Objective Ethics, welcome, brother. What would you like to say?
I've had mushroom trips, which have almost come true, but no.
Well, Simon, you're a little bit late getting to the microphone there, so we've moved on. We'll come back to you. Objective Ethics.
Always good to see you, family. Thank you for letting me up on stage. Just wanted to say, yeah, I have experienced some things. As an agnostic, I don't necessarily use words like supernatural or paranormal because I'm assuming that there would ultimately be a natural explanation for all things that we experience. But before I get into that, I'd just like to point out that the technological singularity isn't AI. AI is the next step, which is now the current step that we're in, according to the models I've studied. Biomechanics is the step that comes next. And then once they fully upload consciousness into AI, that's what kicks off the technological singularity, just for some clarity on that.
How can consciousness be uploaded to technology if the consciousness is dwelling in the human body, and if the consciousness of ourselves are related to spiritual matters, to God and higher principles and all this kind of thing, right? So how can they contain that?
It's going to be a rough
in a
approximation.
Computer or like the simulation theory? Are we already there? And here we are.
You know what they always
Well, I'm
say:
not sure.
man-made hordes behind our beyond our what our like understanding. Yeah.
Well, I think the question becomes, to solve your question, I think you have to figure out if consciousness is fundamental. They're doing a lot of very interesting experiments right now in bioelectricity, and it depends on how you want to define consciousness. But there are arguments being made that there are arguments being made that
Simon, will you fucking let him speak? Simon, you're doing honestly, man. I'm going to kick you off tonight if you keep butting in. Sorry, mate. Just let people finish. Yeah, but wait for him to finish. Sorry. Wait for him to finish his speaking. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead. Objective ethics.
Oh, good looking out, family. Thank you. And yeah, there are experiments being done right now, theories being developed that even single-celled organisms may have a state of rudimentary consciousness, which means now they're talking about plants having a level of consciousness, so on and so forth. So it gets really, sticky, and definitions are really important. So what do you mean by consciousness? I'm not a religious person. I'm not against.
Sorry, you said they're doing experiments, right? And they're going to upload the consciousness into a computer, but that's against your free will as an individual sovereign being, because we have our own path, But you're saying basically there's a group of people who want to basically capture humanity and upload their consciousness into a cell, basically, that they control and whatever, and contain something that is infinite and expansive. Life is unfolding, we're living life, but for a group of people or aliens or whatever, like to interfere, like with us, it's no right, But like, we've got to think about that, because the everyday person isn't thinking about uploading a consciousness into a computer or whatever, so it's interesting,
Yeah, but Dreamer, some people are, some tech bros are literally infatuated with the idea of having their consciousness live forever.
That's where you've got to beware, though, like the other discussion, like talking about the MK Ultra things and experiment lasers and all that, you don't want to end up trapped.
But objective ethics isn't necessarily talking about. He isn't necessarily talking about moving consciousness from human brains to, a lump of hardware running software. He's saying that it may be that consciousness is fundamental, and the computers might be able to tap into it somehow. Is that right? Objective ethics.
That's correct. There's two different levels of it, because the next stage prior to consciousness being uploaded to the computer system is the biomechanics stage, which is on the horizon. So this is where we combine, obviously,
people's eyeballs. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, this is no worries. This is where we would be combining organic organisms with machines, and so you'll start to see it in prosthetics and things like that first, and then eventually, they'll be taking a brain, things of that, moving it into machines. And once we do that, assuming that consciousness is a property of a brain, then they could just start to upload the consciousness directly. That's the process, according to the models I've seen.
They're already running computers on neurons, on wetware, they call it. There's a company in Australia that has developed a computer using literal neurons from human brains. And I believe there's a few other companies around the world using what they call wetware to run computers, because they think that the brain neurons are fantastic ways to store and retrieve data. Have you heard about that, objective ethics? It is going on right now.
I have. No, you're absolutely right, and it is fascinating. Then the question comes down
it's quite scary. I watched a video about what these computers are doing, and one of them, this is a rudimentary version of them, was playing Pong. That game, like table tennis. And they trained it, and it was just playing it, and I mean, it's something extremely creepy, is it not?
It is creepy. That's why I kind of agree whenever like some people say that AI is like the way for the Antichrist to come. I know that sounds kind of extreme, but like in some like allegorical, metaphorical sense, it kind of is the Antichrist in a way. They both start with the letter A,
Well, I mean, if human brains are that good, it may well be that the AI starts developing a way to basically farm humans to use their brains for computation.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, like it's kind of extreme.
I don't know.
Kind of...
Jetetics, what do you think of this wetware biomechanics? What do you think of it?
I think there's a lot of potential there because our emotions, the capacity, our emotional capacity is located in the brain. It's in between our subconscious and conscious state. So what affects our conscious decision making flows from the subconscious through our emotions and then into our conscious decision making, which is why it's really important to be self-aware, to be able to control your emotions, because it could, our emotions, as we all know, I'm sure, can get out of hand really quickly depending on the situation. And so if it is a phenomenon of the brain and they can simulate the neurons in the brain, then that means they can actually simulate the emotions as well.
Interesting stuff.
Does a lot of emotion come from the limbic system, would you say? Hormones and such?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think you're right. They could squirt those in. At the end of the day, if they can keep the brain alive, the brain in the vat, well, then they surely can squirt hormones into it to cause it to feel as well in a certain way.
Yeah.
And they can also, they can manipulate serotonin levels, etc., the neurotransmitters. I mean, it's terrifying stuff, I believe.
It is terrifying stuff. Yeah.
Have you guys heard about the 20-year back
Hello,
program?
Zara. The what? Sorry?
The 20-year back program. So I watched a YouTube video and it was this man and it was saying like how it basically, it was like time traveling and all that, like out of body experience, like relating to all the kinds of stuff you're talking about. Like it's quite weird. You just heard about that? So you live a life for 20 years. You're basically programmed, like you become an assassin and all that, like and you're used by your handlers or whatever.
Is this some kind of drama series you were watching? Or
no, it was just like a guy on YouTube saying that he was in that program for 20 years, like he was a slave, kind of like a MK Ultra type of
MK
thing.
Ultra,
and they trained him to be
MK Ultra. Oh my god.
That.
That's like right up my. I'm into like CIA, like conspiracy theories. Yeah, MK Ultra was real. It was very real, and it had very real effects on people. If you people know the Unabomber, he was an experiment of MK Ultra, and that's why he went the way he did. That's like one of the theories why he went the way he did. Yeah.
Objective ethics. What do you think of the whole MK Ultra conspiracy?
Like, I think all conspiracies, I don't give much weight to it. It's always a lot of like I was talking to trying to, he wasn't willing to really listen to what anybody had to say, but there was the guy the other day who was about conspiracy theories about the theory of evolution. And it's just, these fake moon landing, flat earthers. I mean, I don't put any weight into it. Soft determinism is the model that I believe in, but even if you're a hard determinist, there's certainly no libertarian free will. We know that. So either you're soft determinism or hard determinism. So much of our decision making, we are a product of our environment, right? And so if you're a hard determinist, then basically you could make anybody, control or manipulate anybody to do anything. So I don't know how much conspiracy there is behind it as much as it's just the way the world works.
I think it's just the way the world is, exactly. And I think that I don't know if you can make anybody. It depends on their makeup, So the two things have to align: their makeup and the what you want to manipulate them to do. It has to be within. Yeah, and again, it has to be within them to be able to be manipulated. I'm not sure everyone can be manipulated, but then again, I don't know how they do it. I mean, look, I'm not surprised MK Ultra probably exists or did exist, because hypnotism is a thing as well. People can be hypnotized to do things.
It's neuro-linguistic.
Sorry.
Suggestibility. You don't even need to hypnotize someone.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a big fan of calling like stuff like MK Ultra conspiracy, because it has been already declassified information by the CIA, the FBI, and like the.
Well, no, it may be a conspiracy in that it's classified information. It's a conspiracy against citizens, So it could be a literal, real conspiracy.
Of course, yeah. That part I do agree with. Like, it could be something against us, and who knows? Like, I'm also kind of in like the realm of that, like maybe like most modern pop music is like MK Ultra machines trying to alter us to make us act certain
Oh,
ways. If you know what I mean, like like subliminal like messages and stuff like
messages.
that. Every rapper and singer is kind of like the jester, and like we're
See,
just here to watch it.
hip hop started as a movement of enlightenment, but like the music industry has been hijacked to degenerate this generation. Like it's no true musicians. Like all the great ones are before this time that is now. Like it's all
I,
satanic and
I,
darkness that they're projecting to the people. Like they're programming them to degenerate the people,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, that's pretty much like one interpretation of it as well. Another one is to make them very, very submissive towards like like the beatings that like the government is gonna hand them. Like what's happening now, there's no like revolutionary zeal in America, even though the American state has unfortunately taken away the lives of two American civilians. It's kind of weird that like there's not much of a strong reaction as I thought they would be, because like America is a country built on alleged revolution against the British Empire, and yet whenever there's an unlawful action from the state, the people usually just do a protest here and there, and like and I think, in my opinion, my estimation, I think we have been domesticated from all the mass media and music we have been consuming that kind of just like comes us out. Kind of reminds me of like the phrase from like Karl Marx that religion is the opiate of the masses. Now we have a new religion.
I
That's of
think
course mass media and social media.
I think people are just catching on now, like with all the psyops, and like how
oh,
there's like a lot of wokeness like in the news, like and it even says in the Bible, like don't take to the streets and that. There is a lot of like negative degenerate programming going on for all you even here in like the UK, like all over the world that's happening. There is like some sort of like a inferior kind of um plague that is flying about, like and try to degenerate people. So it's interesting, but people are waking up to see through the illusions, the bullshit, like because the trust has been lost really into
I've been
it.
listening to a bit of dark pop, and Billie Eilish is more goth than goth. And don't get me wrong, I think the music is brilliant, the lyrics are brilliant, but it's the darkest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Billie Eilish.
Yes.
Oh, the new age singer from like my generation, like in
What kind of stuff does she say? Bear in mind, you should use like rhyming scheme if it's gonna get my channel banned.
Yeah.
She claims
she
herself
just
to be Lucifer in one of her songs.
dark. It's darker than goth. Yeah. It's religiously challenging.
Do you like it?
I find it interesting,
Mm.
and a couple of the songs aren't even her. They're AI. They're literally AI ripoffs. I think she's doing it on purpose.
Yeah.
But remember, these people have people who control them, like, and the stuff they're putting out now, it is not real music. It's all done by design. It's weaponry, basically. The true music is before this time now. Like, true musicians are the real warriors, but all this is an infiltration of, like, good music, really, and it's to degenerate everybody. Like, it's absolute trash. I'm
I
a
am.
musician, so I know.
Well,
I
to be
was,
honest, like,
I was
sorry.
agreeing. Sorry, yeah, I was agreeing. Actually, it will it's going to make you sad. If I think, fuck me, that's dark. It's definitely dark, and it's like a young girl wearing yellow in a tracksuit.
Yeah, yeah, she does that.
That message.
Like Ali G. Who remembers that?
Yeah, but like, there's like the other. Oh, sorry. There's like the other side of the argument. I can see that music is like entirely subjective. Like to me, one type of music can like sound really bad, but to another person, as long as it like makes them feel euphoria, it makes them work out. Like listen to music sometimes that are just like noises to people. Like one of my favorite musicians is Arca, and she's from Venezuela, and she makes like very very unusual, strange, and just downright like noise music. But I love it, and so do a
Oh,
lot
it's
of
interesting.
You
people.
know what is so interesting, guys, right? Like I say, like I create music, so like sometimes like I work in a bar, right? So like sometimes I'll meet like musicians, and I met this one upcoming wannabe rapper, whatever, right? So I said to him,
Ah,
"Can you give me a freestyle?" And you know every word he says, it was all degenerate trash coming out his mouth, like it was absolute garbage. It was all cardinal desires and all this. That was
Yeah,
his
oh,
yeah,
line,
but
and it
like
was pure
I've
trash.
got a
And I was
good
Noise
like,
is
tip.
like
"Oh
any
my
type of music.
goodness! Like,
I'm a,
what
Yeah,
I was
dances
a
people
noise
got?"
guy for a while.
it's rude, most of it.
yeah,
It's
yeah, like of course, like rap music. The rap music used to like in like the late 70s, early 80s. It used to be like about like the street life, the struggles of
George.
being poor, and now it became talking about like like drugs, money, and sex.
Bitches, aye. That's basically what this guy was talking about. Like, and it didn't even have any rhythm or soul, nothing. I was laughing inside myself. So I know all the greatest musicians, like hip hop. Like I've heard the best musicians on the earth. Like two amazing, talented people. Like
What
Yeah,
music do you
it's
like?
sad. It's quite pathetic. Like because they think this like you want to be idolized when they're so degenerate. Like idolize me, or when it's just pure garbage coming out the trap. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah. But if you guys ever want to know what type of music I listen to, whenever I do my workouts, I listen to Arca, and that's Arca. Yeah.
You'd probably be more buff if you listened to Pantera, though.
Maybe. Oh, I love
Oh,
Pantera. Yeah, Pantera is good.
walk,
Yeah.
walk away. But
Walk. Yeah, and then there's
that
that
song,
Texas Flood. Yeah, I think so.
he might be a Nazi now. I don't know. I'm not endorsing him. But
Who?
Phil Anselmo,
Who? Oh no. Oh, I think he's more of like entwined with like racist controversy than being like a
Don't
sexual
fund
demon.
a college movie director. That's kind of like why I like Phil. I don't know much about his life otherwise, except for the albums I listened to growing up.
Yeah.
I remember looking at Phil Anselmo, age 15, in Kerrang magazine, which was metal, metal pop hits. Um, uh, anyway, sorry. Genuinely good band.
Pantera. Yeah, I know Pantera. I also like uh Metallica, Slayer. Who else?
Do you know,
Anthrax.
there's
Yeah.
a woman in this moment. Have you heard them? She has just knocked my socks off. She's more metal than metal. Doing a duet with Judas Priest.
Was that Maria Brink?
Judas Priest. Hey, that's an old band.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
he
Yeah, the
was.
first accepted like homosexual heavy metal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Who's
Yes,
the singer? Ian Hill, right? Is that his name?
Rob
Rob,
Wait a
Halford.
second.
Rob.
Rob
Rob.
Guys,
Halford.
you
Yeah.
were talking about MK Ultra earlier. Retro. What do you think of MK Ultra? Do you think it's legit? Do you think it happened? Do you think it is happening?
Yeah. I think it was employed not against the enemy. It was a way to control the population to get them
Exactly. Yep. And that's what I think.
But yeah, that's why I was going to come on and chit chat and say, hey, Fatima, like, yeah, I think we could talk a lot about that and have our own show just chatting away about that kind of stuff. I'm
Oh, of
also
course. Yeah.
into
It's
that
it's a rabbit
kind of
hole.
stuff, and yeah,
Yeah.
the connection with Jim Jones and then personal experiences of stuff.
Jim Jones, and not even that, but I think that they actually used MK Ultra on the enemy because
Wasn't he?
Hmm?
Sorry.
Oh, well, what I was gonna say is that like I think they used some type of like brain altering tactics inside the Vietnam War, because I remember watching this pretty scary, chilling video about the Vietnam War and how the Americans would use like these like brain radio tactics. Like they would put audio that sounded very very distorted, and it would try to like resemble like as if a spirit was talking to the enemy, and that it actually worked. A lot of Vietnamese soldiers like
It's like EVP in your
exactly EVP in your brain, like like because in
in
traditional
your fillings, in your mercury fillings.
Yeah.
Sometimes, if you get really high quality speakers, and you don't even have to plug them in, they'll pick up the radio. You don't
they
even.
did weaponizing hallucinogens for a while too, and they
Yeah,
had the
that's-
BZT or BZ13, whatever they had. They deployed that early in Iraq years ago, and
Oh,
they
Iraq,
accidentally
yeah.
smoked our people with it. And then in Syria, they used it to create gas attacks, but they weren't gas. It was inside job kind of thing to make it look like the enemy, but it was actually just a strong hallucinogen, and people thought their skin was on
Oh
fire.
yeah, like
You can look it up. It's like the BZT.
yeah,
'Cause the UN
like-
had to look to see who did it, and it was all confusing because I think the people were just hit with a
Yeah.
strong hallucinogen.
Audio weapons.
Of course, yeah.
Audio
Because
weapons are a thing.
yeah, they are a thing. Yeah, and to like you brought something about Assyria. Yeah, people think that Assad, who was like a authoritarian leader, he was, but he didn't kill 500,000 of his people. That was directly because of the hallucinogenic drug or gases that the CIA put inside the Syrian war, which unfortunately happened at that time. Yeah. So yeah, it's kind of like the West in America kind of using unfortunate countries that are having their own internal problems, and they're using that as ripe like fields of experiments, and they're using their own bio weapons and
seen that
hallucinogen
film?
weapons.
Have you seen that film where they drop LSD on soldiers, which is
The Jacob's Ladder is the Hollywood film, but yeah, it's based on real stuff.
it's based on the place in London where they do trans stuff. Sorry, it begins with T.
Oh, really? Trans? Look.
Sorry. Someone poked my brain. It got bombed on 7-Eleven.
In the film, or like
Troubadour, I don't know, station, I don't know. Don't know. So the 9/11 thing here was the Trade Center.
Oh, 9/11 is like another like rabbit hole in of itself, like
Yeah,
there's
it breaks
yeah.
down to the numerology of Salvatore Zarkozy or whatever, the guy that's really Christopher Columbus. It's like the matching weird numbers of all that stuff. It's all bizarre how it's everything that's done is either a astrological alignment or numerological if it makes the history books, like
Yeah,
the
right.
big events. They're all
Big events.
tied into key numbers and key dates. It's almost like they were meant to happen.
I think I think someone's counting.
9/11, like that happened on the day that you called emergency. I don't think that neither Saddam or Osama were trying to do that stuff. I think someone even more sinister than them was
Trump
doing that.
just kidnapped the president of a different country.
Maduro of Venezuela, yeah. And you want to know something? It's been now confirmed that Trump used he tested a new weapon. It's called the discombobulator on that made sure that none of the rockets like detected like American like planes infiltrating the Venezuelan airspace, and that's why they were able to capture Maduro. And like, yeah.
Yeah, it's making people's brains bleed with some kind of sonic weapon. They were shooting it off the helicopter noses or something, and
Yeah,
I don't know what else
exactly,
is
yeah.
going on. But
Yeah.
apparently, it disengaged all of his security.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it pretty much
there,
like
yeah.
it pretty much like a KILL all of his personal forces, and that's why they were able to get him, unfortunately, because like that's just against international law. But then again, this is Trump we're talking about, and we all know he doesn't care about that.
Yeah, they use some kind of brain microwave, sonic weapon. It might not use exactly a microwave, but it's some kind of sonic sound wave
I
that
bet.
penetrates the skull and turns it to mush.
I bet Peter Thiel is investing in it.
Oh, he is. No. A Planeteer was made to kill. Sorry for using. Was made to go after people who were gonna go against like like, you know, America, like literally, like the CEO of Planeteer, one of them, it says that we made Planeteer to blow up the commies anywhere in the world that challenges. He literally said, "I'm not a commie, by the way. I'm not a communist, but like the fact that you want to insert your influence all over the world, so that no one can have an alternative, is
Do you
like
know
really
why?
striking to me."
Because he's gay. I'm allowed to say that. Sorry, I'm not. I'm not
Yeah,
being
a militant
homophobic.
industrial democracy will always be against.
Would you
ideology.
clarify what you're doing it again, Simon? It's stupid. Like, don't forget, not everyone knows you. Would you like to say you're a gay dude?
Yeah.
I mean, come on,
really?
bro.
Oh, really?
I mean,
Oh, okay.
you got to explain your fucking jokes to strangers, because nobody
That's
knows who
cool.
the
Sorry,
fuck you are.
I was making a
Nobody
homophobic.
knows who the fuck you are. You do it so
I
many
was-
times, Simon. You're pissing me off.
Sorry. I'll jump off. I was making a homophobic joke about Peter Thiel because I can. Sorry.
Mm. Oh yeah, because he is gay. Like Theo is gay.
Because you
Yeah,
are gay.
Sam
Yes.
Altman and
Well, you
Peter
better,
Thiel.
yeah, clarify.
It's
Yeah.
okay in our country. That's not a problem. I don't think that's our issue. Our issues are political, and they always try to turn it into things like that. And
Identity, right? Like, hey,
Yeah,
there's this
it has
gay
nothing to
trans
do with it.
person, you know, oh, in the
If
school. Yeah.
our president, our current wig-wearing president, can pay girls $10K on a private plane to touch his diddle, I don't understand what anybody else's problem is with anything an adult does.
Right? Yeah, it
that
doesn't
is
make
with
sense,
another
right?
adult, and they
Yeah.
can spank each other as furries or whatever. It's none of my business.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Or like me, you just take hormones.
I do not, but yes,
Yeah.
whatever works for whatever works.
Yeah.
That's kind of freedom. But democracy, I was pointing out, isn't always for freedoms. Is the weird thing. They don't like the one that starts with the C word you just brought up, because that to me is an ideology. It's not really it's not a military force on its own. So
Yeah,
it's a lie to have it in a democracy against an ideology, because you're not really a democracy if you do not allow equal share of ideologies if one does become president. So we should have a party in the U.S. that represents each one, whether
Yeah.
it's ugly or not. It's just like that would be a true democracy, but we aren't. So
We aren't in that. Yeah, we're
we're
in more
in
like
technocracy with some kind of weird stuff with, fake bloodlines that weaseled their way into these high positions, and everybody else is temporary.
How do you feel about Elon Musk having 12 children and he hasn't actually put his dick in a woman?
He's sick.
Excuse me.
He's weird.
None
Weird,
of my
gross.
problem, but that doesn't seem like a good thing. But it's his personal beliefs, because he thinks the human race needs to repopulate. Like he thinks that we need more people because of some coming disaster. They'll have more chances of survival the more you have. It's actually kind of the other way around, according to most hosts on the panel, though. The less people, it's easier to survive than more. Okay, cool.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, no. He's literally like just like a secular, like a doomsday, like a occultist leader. You know, like he just wants people to worship him endlessly, like an endless supply of people working for him, praising him for his his faux genius, when it's not really, like. Yeah, so that's just what he is all about. He's not a real person to me. He's just,
If you can't father, I mean, if I wanted to have a child, I would do it the old-fashioned way. But how have you had 12 children?
Yeah.
Without that's just weird.
Did you guys see the meme? It was about Elon Musk's Cybertruck, right? And the next it was a picture of a trash can for India, and it's the same shape. So basically, he stole the design for India for their it was like a trash can. Basically, it's the shape it and all that, and it's the exact same as that Tesla, like how the kind of Cybertruck.
Intelligent
like, the
bin.
framework and everything is the same for that.
Yeah, there's a lot of memes about him. He's a joke,
Can I ask, is Cougar Duma able to come on? It's a while since we last spoke. I'd like to talk to Cougar Duma. If he could come on, please do.
We know it's the end of the world. It's coming. It's right around the corner.
I wish.
We got our blinders on, and we can't take our foot off the gas. There is no brake pedal. And unfortunately, our demise waits, and it will beat us by 2040.
Praise
I'm just
God.
summing up. I'm just summing up Cougar
Amen.
Doom. We've already raised the degrees. The temperatures are going to go above 4 degrees Celsius, and that is
Oh,
that
she's
is a
right.
shock wave to all living things that are currently here. And
Yeah.
Okay,
it's
guys,
just not
can
going to
I
work
have a
out.
little bit of decorum, please? Simon, shut your pie hole for a while. We've got Cougar Duma here. I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to him. Thank you for coming on, Cougar Duma. Would you like to give us a lowdown on what is happening in this strange world that we all inhabit? You do go into geopolitics sometimes, so have you kept an eye on the Iran situation and Trump's armada that is surrounding Iran at the moment?
Oh, yep.
What do you think is going to happen there? And also, yeah, anything else about global heating or whatever else you'd like to say?
Yeah, hi everybody. You're having a great conversation. You guys rock.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, I mean, I almost don't even want to interrupt. You're such a vibe. Yeah. Anyway, let's fuck things up a little bit. Um, I guess I guess the thing that's been on my mind has been something that is probably unique to me. I don't really expect anyone else to understand it, but I'll say it anyway because I did a couple of videos on it. Um, we're sort of watching, at least here in the U.S. I don't know if you folks have been getting much news about what's happening over here in the lower 48 states, but the uh, the Earth's atmospheric system is just beating. It's just a beatdown over here. It's a beatdown.
Yeah,
Is the weather going wrong?
No, it's not the weather. That's the thing about it. This is something I can maybe add to a discussion, but it's going to be complicated. It's not weather. What it is it's Earth system physics, and the difference is that weather can be kind of locally generated. You can have weather caused by mountain ranges, ocean currents, things like that. You know, seasons. It's cold in the winter, it's warm in the summer.
Fluid
High and
dynamics.
low pressure centers. But this is a breakdown of the Earth system, and I'm a system scientist, so I watch this stuff really carefully. And in the last few weeks, so about a month, I've been sort of very quietly over here in my corner and losing my mind. And what's happening is that the Earth system is seriously falling apart.
Yep.
And
You can say that again.
I want to say that as much just to put out a warning that we've had. Oh my God! For one thing, we had the hottest Christmas on record in 2025, and it was bracketed on both sides. Previous week and the following week were like some of the coldest temperatures ever seen in the lower 48. And then this storm came last Friday, and it just about bulldozed the U.S. Southeast and the South. Those people, they're like semi-tropical, right? They have iguanas in the trees in Florida,
Yeah,
and
they do.
it just got cold. It got cold like, oh well, it gets cold in the winter. No, it doesn't. The U.S. is a big country. It gets cold in the north, and in the south, it's like shirt sleeves and flip flops almost all the time. And it got cold, like it killed people. They're still pulling people out of their houses, finding them frozen to death. It was just murder. I heard someone call it sinister.
Jesus.
It's absolutely sinister. But what's happening is, it's happening again. It happened last Friday, and it's happening again this Friday. And the reason it's happening is it's not weather. There's a phenomenon. The Earth system is really complicated, folks. And oh God, watch my videos or something because it's so complicated. But there's a phenomenon at the North Pole called the North Polar Vortex. And it's way high up in the stratosphere. And we didn't even know it was there until we got satellites. And it's supposed to regulate wintertime weather in the Northern Hemisphere by trapping cold air at the North Pole, where the ice is, and forming the ice, and keeping the ice there and staying there because it's rotating. It's a rotating wind. The only manifestation we see most of the time is the jet stream. The jet stream is a manifestation of the polar vortex. And it forms a rotating, what they call a ring fence. And a ring fence prevents hot air from flowing north into the polar area, and it prevents cold air from flowing south. So it's a fence. It works both directions. Well, it's broken apart. The jet stream has pretty much officially been blown to rat shit, and it's the most ugliest thing I've ever seen in a satellite image, and that's because the polar vortex has been warming catastrophically. It's called sudden stratospheric warming. It's probably linked to global heating. There's hot North Atlantic water making its way up past Norway, almost to the North Pole, and there's hot air coming up on the other side, like past Alaska. They've had rain in Alaska instead of snow. They've had rain. They had floods in around Alaska,
Yeah, that's
and hot
crazy.
air, and it's causing the polar vortex to completely freak out. And the jet stream completely was destroyed. And now all this cold air is coming down, and it's been coming down into the U.S. It's almost like karma or something, because the U.S. southern states, everything east of the Rockies, so it's like 2/3 of the country, has just been beat down. And they've got another one coming this Friday. I don't know what these people are going to do. They had 1 million customers with electricity, and then those poor sods, they froze to death. Fucking froze to death in their homes right here in America. They got another one coming on Friday that's supposed to be a fucking bombogenesis cold core cyclone off the East Coast, going to cause a fucking blizzard. And those people are going to freeze to death. This is completely unhinged. It's got me absolutely curled up in a fetal position in the corner.
I saw on TikTok there's hundreds of Americans like who are being affected by the bad snowstorm, and like they said, it's fake snow, and like some of them are testing it under the microscope. Like, what is this? Like they've been lighting it with torches and everything, like blowtorch, like, and like as if it's like a weather weapon type of thing.
I
That's what
think
I think
that's an older conspiracy too.
No, it's lately. It's lately. A lot of Americans are just scrolling on TikTok, and like the people like picked up the snow, and it was like beads. It didn't look real, and then
Yeah.
somebody put it under the microscope, and then they were burning it with torches, like lighting the ice. Like, and they're like, this is weird. Like, and there was an older gentleman, and he said, I'm 67 years old, and all my life, like the snow has never been like this. Like, so it's strange.
Yeah, I should know that because one time I actually tried to like do that. I burned like snow up when I was like 14, right? And it just like helped it because I heard about that theory too. My older brother told me about that. It's like, hey, did you know that they could have made fake snow to like have more snowstorms? Like in like the government, because like
Lots of conspiracies right now on TikTok. All the Americans, that's what they think.
yeah.
It's not very hard to manufacture weather.
Do you think so?
It's impossible to manufacture weather.
Oh, no, I know it is.
No, you don't know. You don't know anything. You just think you know something.
True.
I think that's the majority of us. We think that we know something of absolute certainty.
Cloud busting.
Yeah, well, the science of climatology is it's hard. It's really hard. It's really hard. So you folks think whatever you like. I don't even hold that against you, but it's really hard.
I'm just
yeah, it is hard.
Two names: Cloud busting, Kate Bush, Wilhelm Reich, and apparently that's fact now. When I was young, that was a conspiracy.
Oh, with Kate Bush.
I always fancy Kate Bush.
Dreamers,
Yeah.
that's your cue. We're running up that hill.
There's been so much talk about conspiracy, and I think that it's real to some degree. You know, people in power, they definitely want to control the masses. So you're not wrong there. I'm not trying to say that you guys are wrong with that, but let me just offer a counter here. The nature of people, unfortunately, is to try to find the quick, easy solution to their problems. People don't want to put the work in. And so the entertainment industry, the government, they're all incentivized to cater to the lazy nature of people, right? They want to overcome their growing pains through maturity, right? They want to overcome their depression, their anxiety, their boredom. And so that's what really facilitates this. So outside of any potential conspiracies, these industries and these people in power are financially incentivized to just take advantage of the lazy nature of people. It
Yeah,
doesn't have to
that's
be a
true.
huge conspiracy. You don't have to be playing records backwards to hear the devil talking to you. Just all they got to do is just give you the message that sex, drugs, and rock and roll is the easy way out of your pain and misery, and people lap that shit up like dogs.
Yeah, of course, absolutely, yeah.
And not to mention the pharmaceutical and beer industry.
Oh yeah, those are pretty strong too, yeah. And now we have the AI industry, like, you know, you can make your own drawings in Sora and make your own, you know, AI of like Michael Jackson talking to like hood rats, you know, in the street. I've
I
seen those
actually
videos.
have.
Those are pretty funny.
I have a real conspiracy for you guys. This is real. I have a real science-based conspiracy, actual reality, data, the whole thing. Check
Blows
this out.
away.
Yeah, here, okay, check this out. And you're going to hear about this. So you get it from me first because it's real. So here's the problem. The planet is heating up because we're burning fossil fuels and emitting CO2 into the atmosphere. CO2 is a greenhouse gas that eats the planet. Okay, that's fine. Now, that's not the conspiracy, although that is a conspiracy, and that is interesting. But there's an even better one. I've got a better one for you. Scientists, I think they're absolute idiots, but there are a bunch of scientists out there right now who are looking at the problem of the Earth is getting too hot, and we're going to have to do something about it. And what they want to do is they want to block sunlight from coming to Earth. And they have to do that. They have to do that way up in the atmosphere.
I've got a theory for you relating to your theory. So obviously, everything in life needs the sun, you know, like to grow and be alive. What if we've all been invaded, right? The Earth has been maybe invaded by some sort of creatures that want to remove us, and that's why they're trying to mess with the sun. The human beings shouldn't be messing with the atmosphere and the sun, but I think they already did it, right? Because see, if you look at the 4 seasons of life, the most natural one is the summer and the spring, right? Like where everything's alive. Like at the winter and the other seasons, autumn, everything dies. You know,
We set off bombs.
we can't really survive. Like and
Okay, fine.
like so
I'm glad you like it. But listen now. You're going to be real angry. You're going to be really mad. You should be mad. They're going to block the sun because they can't get the CO2 out of the atmosphere, and they also can't stop. They also can't. This is the conversation, folks. I've been in the room. They can't stop burning fossil fuels because that's, of course, global industrialized civilization. So they're going to block the sun. Now, this is just talk. I don't see how they're going to do this because just the treaties required. Can you imagine the Russians and Chinese signing on to any treaty where somebody else is going to block their sunlight? Like, I don't see it.
Really?
Because like that, no, me neither.
With nature.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely unhinged. But this is what they're talking about. And then if they did do it, let's say everybody got on board. And they're like, yes, we must block the sun now. It's like stupid, right? Well, they're going to do it. They might put huge satellites up in space that are really just gigantic parasols, big, huge reflectors. They might do it that way, or they might, or they could do it more than one way, or they might fly huge cargo planes way up at the top of the atmosphere.
Planes now.
Can we agree on
big jets, big cargo planes, and they're filled full of sulfur dioxide, and they spray it in the upper atmosphere. Sulfur dioxide acts as a reflector, so it's a particle, right? You spray it, it's a particle, but it acts like a reflector.
It's like petrified giants and all that, or like the buildings that are all melted. Like, if they plan to do that, remember the sun moves, right? And they say, you go first, and then they destroy your whole country. You know, they melt everybody.
Well, okay, you're kind of onto something. There's actually a problem with all this. They could block the sun. I mean, they could do that, right? Elon Musk has his rockets. They could do this. They could put stuff up there. And they're talking about it, people. I'm telling you, this is the conversation that's going on. But the problem with it is this. You can never stop. Once you solve the problem with a new problem, now you have 2 problems. You have to keep both problems in place. And they can never stop.
Problems, so
and then, if they ever stop...
Hold on, Prima, please. Prima, let Cougar speak.
Sorry.
I got a nice word for you. This is a great word. So you're going to love this. If they ever stop and the sunlight starts streaming back in like normal, right? Because they stop blocking it for whatever reason, but they run out of money, they have a world war, anything else, or they get tired of it, whatever, conspiracies. Then the sun comes roaring back because the sun never went away. And the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere never went away. And so you get what they call termination shock. Get this, they have a word for it already. Termination shock. That once they start doing this, they can never stop. Because if they do, you get termination shock. And the planet heats so fast at that point.
Well, they
That it's
obviously
like
need to be
Why would
stopped.
that happen,
you-
though,
if-
Cougar Dimmer? Why would
Yeah,
it
how
heat
could
really
that
fast?
happen? Like,
okay. Okay. So let's say you're trying to get out of the rain and you put up a big tarp on 4 poles, and the rain is landing on the tarp, and the tarp is catching the rain. Of course, the tarp is bulging with water now, right? Because the water's above your head. And then you say, well, I don't need this tarp anymore because the sun is out. So you take a knife and you slice the bottom of the tarp, and all the water comes pouring in on top of you. Okay? It never went away. You just temporarily kept it out. And when you
Hold
remove
on, Cougar. In that analogy, there is water building up there, but with sulfur dioxide, wouldn't the sun's rays just be reflected back towards outer space?
yes,
It's not the same.
but the expected residency time of sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere is not a matter of weeks or months. So you have to do this permanently. Maybe I didn't make that clear. If you're spraying sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere, you're doing it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, forever. You never stop. If you ever
I have a
stop,
question about that.
then you get termination shock.
Because the
If
chemtrails
you're,
in the sky.
can I ask a
think
question
that
about
that's what they're
the
doing
sulfur
now.
dioxide?
Okay, chemtrails is not really a thing, but if they do this SRM, chemtrails is totally absolutely a thing.
Why are they
Okay,
not
now
cleaning up there? You know, like if they have the power to do anything, right, as beings, why are they not cleaning up the Earth? Why are they trying to mess with like space-time, building rockets and all that? Like, why not actually make effective change, like clean up and better education, all this kind of thing, like to like evolve humanity? No, try to play God and mess about with things that will end up annihilating everybody. You know. It's
I think it's just human greed and capital, the toxic side of capitalism.
That's why the sun's going to burn all those.
Can we ask Objective Ethics? He was going to ask a question. Hello to you. Feel free to chat whenever you want to say anything. Objective Ethics.
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate your organization here. Cougar and Griff Dog, it's always good to see you, brother. Cougar, my question about the sulfur dioxide situation is, in order for something to be like a reflective agent, it's got a reflective surface if it's going to reflect one direction. So the sulfur dioxide is not going to have a reflective surface. Isn't it going to trap as much green gas and internal heat as it's going to reflect the external heat from the sun? So isn't it going to work both ways, work against us and for us at the same time? Or am I missing something there?
It's only got to be.
That's an interesting point.
Yeah, the way it works is not quite like what you're describing. What comes in from the sun is not heat; it's light, and you interpret it as heat when it like strikes your skin, and then it gets converted into heat because it gets absorbed. All right, light when it strikes the asphalt or concrete gets absorbed, and we sense it as heat. So when the sunlight comes through the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is transparent to light, all the spectrums of light, then as the light comes through, it strikes things on the ground, heats them through absorption, and then the heat has to try to get out. And it can't because of the carbon dioxide and the methane in the atmosphere, nitrous oxides and other greenhouse gases, which is a perfectly natural phenomenon, except that we've been enhancing it. So the problem is not we have to block the heat. The problem is we have to block the light. And that's sketchy. Now you're getting into sketch, right? Because plants need light, crops need light, solar panels need light.
It sounded.
It's sketchy what they're proposing, but man, they're all over it right now.
Nature has done this before with super volcano explosions. What happened?
Yeah.
Cougar Dimmer, what happened to life on this planet when that happened naturally?
All the dinosaurs
Well, yeah, it's happened recently. what was it?
No. But there
The
were
microplankton start to thrive. Is what
extreme
happened.
supervolcano explosions that caused the climate to change, right? Because of the amount of sulfur dioxide in the atmosphere.
Yeah. There was a medieval mini ice age. I don't think they've even attributed it to anything just yet, but it was like Tambora maybe, or some other volcano in an unexplored part of the world blew itself to flinders, and it threw so much ash up into the atmosphere in the northern hemisphere that for like 3 years it blocked enough sunlight to make a difference. And this had, like you're right, this happens once in a while. Uh, Another example that maybe you're even thinking about was the PETM, the Paleocene Eocene thermal maximum, which was like 55 million years ago, just after the dinosaurs went extinct from that whole thing. Actually, that whole thing was also another thing, but the PETM was the Siberian traps, a huge lava field. Wasn't even a volcano; it was just lava oozing out of the ground, and it released so much CO2 and methane into the atmosphere that it caused hothouse Earth. So that's exactly the opposite. You can get volcanoes doing both at the same time. The ash thing, though, that you're referring to, leads to freezing. And that's, of course, why this is where they learned it, right? They didn't make this shit up. They learned this from watching volcanoes. Pinatubo, that's the one I was thinking about. Pinatubo just recently did this, had a remarkable impact on global temperatures, but only for like 6 months. And they were studying that and saying, hold on, wait a second, we can do this. And sometimes you get these volcanoes, and they'll do this and it'll cool the planet off, but they want to do it deliberately, like essentially forever. And that's the conversation, folks. If you wanna get your undies in a bunch about something, there you go. That's the real deal.
I mean, how long does it stay up there? I mean, if you spray it up there, I mean, will it not orbit for a good while? I mean, how often do you have to replenish it, or how often does it need
Yeah,
maintenance?
I don't know. I think I've heard if it's in the lower atmosphere, like from ground level pollution, like cargo ships, then its residence in the atmosphere maybe a few weeks. If they were up there in the stratosphere, it might be for a few months. But there's so much mixing in the atmosphere, and then these sulfur dioxide particles, they actually nucleate into water droplets. The waters, they're hydroscopic, and the water is attracted to them. And I guess actually that is the mechanism, is the water itself that adheres to the particles. The water itself, like a little droplet, is what's reflective. But eventually they get so heavy they just fall out of the atmosphere as rain of some kind. And so you have to put them up there all the time. And that's why they want to do the space mirrors. They want to do Elon Musk.
I was going to ask you about that. So theoretically, they could make a stationary parasol, as you put it, a mirror that could reflect.
Yeah, they would do something
around the same diameter as the moon.
No, they'd have millions of them.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, and they'd be made out of like mylar, like the same stuff they make the little balloons out of, the silvery little balloons, you'd buy at the greeting card store, mylar. Yeah. And they would make big parasols out of mylar, and they would unfold them somehow. And once they were up there, they'd probably be up there a long time, but they'd be subject. Well, no, they can't be, because the space wind from the sun, the space wind, which is basically photons and beta particles and things, it would eventually destroy them and blow them around.
So the radiation, the UV light would degrade.
Yeah, they're so big that they would actually act like solar sails, which is a propulsion mechanism, solar sails. And so they'd be blown out of orbit eventually just by the sun, the pressure of the sun. The sun exerts a lot of pressure on the Earth, and it would just blow them out of the way. So they'd have to put them up there, like, again, 24/7. They'd be
never
crazy.
Mind astrology. Sorry, I'll spit this out. Geomagnetic weather will thicken your blood, and it will make it harder for your blood to absorb oxygen. So it's not, physics or cancer, or it's not astronomy.
I don't know anything about that. We're talking about solar radiation management. Are you worried about that? Thickening your blood or something?
No. Geomagnetic storms will thicken your blood. Yeah, which will lessen your oxygen absorption.
Yeah, we just had a big geomagnetic storm. Did you notice anything like that?
Huge.
Yeah, it was big. It didn't affect us much here in the US. I don't think anybody actually noticed it. It was in the news. But that kind of stuff doesn't have much to do with anything that, like, solar radiation management or whatever. I mean, actually, it probably would, because if you had a bunch of parasols up there and they were really acting like solar sails and they got hit with a big CME, then it'd probably just tear them to pieces. You have to put a whole new fleet up there. There probably have to be a million of these things, a million of them.
Do
And,
you guys
how many
remember the TV show Futurama? It's kind of like
Futurama.
living in that kind of times.
Futurama. That's an old one.
Yeah.
I'm more of the Family Guy kind of person.
I like American Dad.
American, yeah, that's also funny too. Yeah, Roger, I like Roger the alien in the fish claws.
Yeah, Family Guy, all about MK Ultra and your alphabet group there.
Anyway, D&W likes it when I get on here and get all sciencey and all up in that shit. So there you go. There's my sign.
We love it as well. It's fascinating to explore these theories and things. Like it really is.
Right.
No lubrication in our sandy bricks.
Yes, dogs, you're very quiet. Have you got anything to add to the conversation?
No, actually, I'm just listening to Cougar. Rock on with your bad self, mate. Keep going.
Okay, mate.
It's just interesting, yeah.
Kiwi.
I came on for another topic that was mentioned earlier, but I'm not going to interrupt, so go for it. Cougar, knock yourself out, mate.
Yeah. So I was talking about the storms we've been having. And one of the things that I'm worried about, and this is a little bit of speculation on my part, but it's informed speculation, so it's sciencey speculation, is that we're just about to conduct an experiment. The experiment is going to be that the Earth system, the wheels are coming off in probably a big way. And once the wheels come off, they're not going back on again. Maybe like once in a while. It's a process of the wheels coming off. Sometimes they come off and then they stick back on again and they come off again. But the overall trajectory is wheels off. Okay, so the wheels are kind of coming off of the Earth system. You think of the Earth system as a big machine that we live inside of, like a big Titanic, right? That we're inside of this thing.
Nobody
knows.
Even it tells you even in the Bible. Do you know how I formed them in the womb and how I made the stars? They can't play God. They can't do that. They should focus on what they can fix, and that's all the problems here on Earth. No, up in the sky, they want to escape. They're trying to break through the firmament, building the rockets, because they're all shitting themselves. Why don't they try and make things better here?
Hold on. Do you believe? Okay, Dreamer, you believe in the firmament, do you?
I've heard theories about it. I've heard how there's people who are shitting themselves and they're trying to escape.
The ice wall? Firmament ice wall?
The firmament, I believe that there's a water, there's a
wall of
firmament
water.
And there's water outside of that.
Start talking about flat Earth, I might have to.
Cougar Duma, is there any way you can disprove her belief in the firmament live on air now?
Well, my view is that.
Yeah, sure. We have punched through the atmosphere into space many times and never hit anything.
True.
In fact, if you want to, you can book a seat on Virgin Galactic. They have a space plane, and you can book a seat on Jeff Bezos's penis-shaped rocket.
I remember
any of these guys, if you got the money, all it takes is money. They'll shoot you. They'll shoot you into space, and you're above the atmosphere. And you gotta look around.
How do you know that's real though? Because they sent Katy Perry up and his girlfriend, and it was fake AF. So that it's all a show. So how do you know that's real? How can
wait. Okay, but did she say it was fake AF?
No, I said it could be. Like, how do we know as normal?
There's could and then there's
citizens?
couldn't be.
Could we build
Right,
that?
okay. We actually have someone here whose dad worked for NASA, right? Retro.
Calling NASA.
NASA.
Is he there? He might be somewhere else, but apparently his dad worked for them, so
Yeah.
Well, anyway, lots of people have gotten on these rockets because all you have to do is pay. I think it's like $50,000 or something. And Jeff
Yeah.
Bezos will take your money
You
and he'll
gotta
shoot you
pay
into
to
orbit.
play.
Yeah, and so pretty soon it'll be cheap enough that anybody who wants to go into orbit can just do it. So it's not even like you have to take my word for it. Just go get on the
Look at the
rocket,
way
buy a
things are
seat, and
going. Do you
go.
really believe that to be true? You can't even go to another country without a lot of problems and all the carry on that's going on. So do you really think that's going to be a possibility for the average person? I doubt it.
Dreamer. Vegan Equilibrium asks, what makes you think they can fix the problems here on Earth? And I
Because
suppose
they
the
are.
question that would come from that, Dreamer, is if they can't fix them, is it not okay for them to try and go elsewhere?
No, but that's garbage. Like, the fact is, we're all here, we're conscious, we have awareness, and there's things very wrong here that could be easily corrected. You know, everything could be solved if they had a bit of heart. You know, but it's like we say, there's a lot of darkness here. A lot of things are designed against the everyday person. You know, and there's a lot of thievery going on here. You know, like a lot of wickedness, corruption, all this kind of thing. Like, things could be better, and it's up to humanity collectively to do things. Like, I watched a video right on TikTok, and it was a polluted river like somewhere in the world, and a group of people made a choice and they all came together and they cleaned that and it looked all nice, you know. Like, so it's the ignorance of trashing the environment, and then the people are living in all that rubbish. But if they work together, they can reform it,
I
make it
love it
better,
when people
you know,
clean
like, and
stuff.
maintain things. We all have the power to do something, even within our lives. Like, we go through things, you know, and we can fall into depressions and hopelessness, but we actually have power, people, even in our own lives. Like, that one wee small act can cause a great change, or, you know, we have that power to act, you know, and to make a positive change here. Like an influence like that, that's our power, and we have that, and we're looking to the news and things, and these people
He's
talking
asking
about
you now, how are you so sure that it can be solved so easily?
because we know it's true. Everybody knows, but the power, you're made to believe that you're powerless, you know, like, and put your trust in a television program and believe in the rocket scientists who are going to mess about with the firmament and all this. No, but even within our own lives, like, we have the power to make change, you know, like, and it's inevitable, it's evolution, you know, because nobody we'd all be zombies if we weren't alive like this. So wake up from the dead, people.
Thank you, Dreamer. Cougar Dreamer, what do you say to that? And thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, Dreamer. Cougar Dreamer, I'm guessing you have different views.
I'm not sure what to make of all that, to be honest. Would you like to summarize it for me?
It basically was a very, it was a great motivational speech, basically saying we have the power to change the world for the better, to make everything okay. But for some reason, they are manipulating us to do otherwise, or to be, let's just say, doomy and gloomy about matters. She thinks that we could do it, but for some reason we're being hypnotized into a state of disbelief and apathy.
Hashtag.
Pretty much.
Can we do it?
I think I would kind of agree in principle. Yeah, in principle.
Okay, thanks for that. Anybody else want to say something, guys? You've all been quite quiet, so feel free to interject.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We're going back to the moon in February. We're going to circle it.
Oh,
hopefully
wait.
the mission.
Can I come?
Artemis 2. Artemis
1 second,
2.
Simon.
Artemis 2 should go back to the moon. I don't know, February 6th. I don't know. It's a Valentine's gift. Maybe some people survive a little trip around the moon for NASA. But they got it planned for around Valentine's or before for February for Artemis 2.
There you go, Dreamer. There is a trip around Valentine's to fly around the moon. Are you? And that's coming from Retro, whose dad worked for NASA. What do you think?
Fly me to the moon.
Have you noticed
Okay,
that when Dreamer talks, the accent probably isn't understood by half of the people here?
I get her more or less.
Yeah, I get it. It's no worries for me too. But when you sing it, it's American. I think that's great.
It reminds me of that scene in Hot Fuzz.
Fly me to the moon.
But you've got a lovely voice, man.
In fairness,
I'm not
Simon, I
criticizing
would
you.
like to fly you to the moon and leave you there sometimes when you butt in.
Sorry.
No, I do, Simon. I do like you, but you can be an annoying fucker sometimes. But you're all right. You're doing all right tonight, so congratulations. As you were.
Sir.
Everyone is saying hello to Chickpea. Chickpea, get your ass on here.
How's things on your side of the globe, Chickpea?
Hello, hello.
Okay,
anyway,
to a past part of the conversation. If this part of the conversation is over, does anyone want to continue this part?
Kiwi, sorry.
Because I the reason I came on, I heard Fatima talking earlier about how people don't protest and stuff. And just as a comment, I just thought to myself, if I was a dictator and I wanted to control people, I would. I think social media is the way to do it. I think social media sort of takes the spunk out of people. You know, people feel like they're accomplishing something.
Oh yeah, it does. Of course it does. Yeah, like you feel as though is that when you see some people, I think it goes both ways. When you see some people protest, you see that you kind of think, hey, they're doing my part for me. Like I should be there. And I think that's what's going on here in the States. Like, you know, we already had 2 shootings here in the state of Minnesota. And like, I see a lot of alleged, you know, radicals and like leftists here. And like, they're just posting a lot of stuff, you know? And I don't see them go out. I don't see them talk all of like this revolutionary language in action. Like, like as I said, America was founded on what? A revolution against a crown. And the promise to America, to the world, was that like if tyranny happens in our country, we would stand up to it no matter what. You know, I think Thomas Jefferson said that. What did he say? He said that the blood of the tree of liberty must always be painted with the blood of the patriot. That's literally what Thomas
Time from the blood of
Jefferson said.
patriots.
Huh?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. I was gonna correct the quote. It's refresh time to time from the blood of patriots, with the blood of patriots.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah. I was just trying to remember the quote, but I know he said something along those lines of Thomas Jefferson, the 3rd president of the USA. Yeah, so like I hear that and I see these people like these conservative types talk about freedom is always for free and stuff like that. We own guns, blah blah blah, but like they don't do anything with them. They don't go out in it and like do something to the institutions and government that they hate so much. And I think part of that is because of social media, kind of like as I was talking about earlier with the music, like the rap music and stuff like that. I think people are just being heavily hypnotized and like domesticated. And I think MK Ultra was like primed, was like an experiment for that.
But I guess it could work both ways.
Hypnotism is a thing.
Sorry, you go.
Hypnotism, you can bring down really dark energy with music. Sorry, sounds a bit hippie, I know.
It could probably cut both ways though, because I mean, well, it could probably cut many ways. There's, you could say that social media is taking the energy out of people, like they feel when they post they've done something. You know,
of course, absolutely. That's what I also.
There's the other side that may be social media is also radicalizing people into narratives that don't actually exist. You know, this whole fascist thing and this whole America's turning into a Nazi regime. Maybe that's just nonsense and people are just being radicalized into narratives and frameworks which end up with disastrous consequences. So there's 2 ways of looking at that.
Yeah, there's 2 ways, but I think that those 2 ways are both true at the same time. You know what they say, 2 things can be true at the same time. I think it's both just a big echo chamber of just people fixating on issues, on incidents, on policies, and they overblow it in their own minds, and then they act as they want to.
See, this is one reason I think, like, for example, Cougar Duma. I'm not knowledgeable about the stuff that Cougar Duma talks about. I like listening to him because I know that his information isn't from social media, and I don't know where I stand on what he says, but I find
On the weather?
I find you fascinating, Cougar. You're a good man. But you see a lot of other people online that, you know, anything that happens, whether it be what happened to Minneapolis. My God, am I drinking too early in the morning?
Minneapolis.
Minneapolis. You know,
What
everyone
time
suddenly
is it?
becomes an expert and they're slowing down frames and stuff. And sure, I sort of dig into that sometimes and I think it's quite interesting, but everyone sort of acts as though they know what they're talking about on social media. And it's I find that bizarre. But, you know.
Yeah, like the expert in everything, you know.
Of course.
So, suddenly everyone's an expert in everything, and it's
Of
like,
course,
oh,
and
God.
I think that started when COVID happened. Everyone is an expert on viruses, medication.
Right.
Yeah, it's just it goes both ways. So like you just have to be careful on how you spread information because it can easily.
I was
be
already
altered.
stuck in my own bedroom before COVID. Just.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, chickpea.
What's
Hello.
up?
Sorry,
Hola.
talk to my cat.
Konnichiwa.
Get your cat out. I deliberately said cat.
You should put Mark's latest comment up.
Sorry.
I agree with Mark. Everything I do and say online has an impact on global geopolitics.
I mean, it's true. Like every leader now they post their policies on Twitter or like on their social media. So yeah.
Well, I mean, if you're watching, you'll find that every
I mean-
leader is actually reposting everything I post. So you know that's the influence they have.
I've taken ketamine with people more intelligent than Elon Musk. But I'm not advocating. Sorry, no. Don't take ketamine, kids. There's a deep, dark bucket hole.
Nay.
Giddy up.
Did you come on to talk about the melon crusty guy? Is there something else y'all want to talk about? No, I don't really care about melon crust. But
I don't understand how the problem. You think the problems can easily be solved if you're saying that there's all this pushback to prevent people from solving them. Well, then that in that very statement, you're basically saying it can't easily be solved.
Yeah,
because
I agree. with that.
it's not easy because they're making it hard to solve.
Problems are hard to solve.
Yeah,
Whose
we're all
problem?
That's
there's
true.
a
Yeah,
class
otherwise
of
there wouldn't be a
version-
problem.
Marcus.
There's a class of problem called a wicked problem. Wicked problem. You can look that up in the dictionary. Wicked problems are the subject comes from engineering. The wicked problems are problems that admit of no solution, and that really gets people riled up. They're like, all problems have a solution. And it's like, no, that's not exactly true. There are some problems, generally coming out of complexity, that where all the solutions are just as bad or worse than the original problem. We have a wicked problem right now, for example, not to derail things, but just for example, with fossil fuel consumption and climate change. We can't stop burning fossil fuels. If we do that, we die. Most people will die. But we have to stop because we're destroying the planet. And if we hit hothouse Earth,
should I have?
then people will die. And so you're like, hold on, wait a second. All the paths forward are bad. They're all bad. There's lots of solutions, but they're all bad. And that's why these scientists want to put parasols in space, because they're losing their fucking mind. That there's no solution. There's just no solution. And you have wicked problems, folks, and you can say, oh, we can fix our problems. Like, maybe. Maybe you can. Not sure.
I think that's a really important point. Yeah, there are lots of, and let's shift that same problem out of science into the realm of politics and even ethics, I guess. There is no solution to most problems that's going to satisfy everybody.
Of course.
One person's problem is another person's solution kind of thing. It's one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. So there are no solutions that are going to satisfy everyone and work in a way that we imagine they will. So there you go. Back on. Maybe Omulus is right. Walk away from Omulus. Maybe that's the solution. That you've just got to remove yourself from the whole thing.
So are we antinatalists again or what?
No.
I mean, that means okay.
I am personally, because like I won't talk about it that much.
I was kind of just kidding.
I think I might become Ephesus today, just for a day.
Oh
yeah.
I had to look that word up yesterday.
We can't use that word here.
I had to look that word up.
Is that right?
Aren't those people like insane or something?
I'm just.
Ephesus. Yeah, I had to look that word up.
Yeah, kind of.
I don't know. I just heard they're like insane. They just want to kill everyone or something like that. I don't know.
I don't often
Noodles
have
is
to
just
look a
starting
word
off
up.
that conversation.
More to the point. Oh, new word.
Well, there's a group of people making it point on YouTube channels right now that what the tech bros who by and large identify as accelerationists. So what they're out to do is they're out to replace humanity with the next version of consciousness, which is AI.
Transhumanism.
Transhumanism, yeah. That's like all the
Well,
rage now.
we do have to transition because we won't be able if we want to continue our existence, and we won't be able to breathe the air here eventually, or it'll be too hot. And it'll be too we need to become basically we need to augment our biology to be able to adapt.
That's not their point. That's not their point. You got it wrong. They're not talking transhumanism anymore. That was 20 years ago. What they're talking about is that the planet will not be able to support human life, and they want artificial life. They don't want humans in computers. They want artificial life, and the humans are not necessary. The artificial life will simply replace us, AI, and that's not your brain uploaded to a computer. That AI is not you uploaded. It's something else. It's an alien intelligence. And these guys are saying that
it's not alien, is it? It's from here. It's not alien.
No, they consider it an alien intelligence because it's not from Earth. It's not from us.
Wait, what do you mean it's not from Earth?
Like we're borrowing alien tech from like
No.
back channel deals from-
Okay, all right. Think of it as coming from another dimension. Think of it as multidimensional life that was basically downloaded into a computer from multidimensional space, because that's really what it is. And so we don't know where it comes from. That's a fact. We don't know where these things come from.
Wait a minute. They programmed it, and they're building it that way.
No.
Digital monad.
Inaccuracy.
All right, tell me.
Artificial intelligence, as it is being worked now, is not coded. It is grown like a plant out of a seed. It is grown.
Okay.
And they don't know where it comes from.
Isn't that based on a code that someone wrote a code, and the code caused it to proliferate more code from itself, right?
No, inaccuracy. What it does, and apparently the code they wrote is like 20 lines of Python script. What it does is it crawls the internet and it finds everything it can find and originally text, but these days even videos and audio. It finds everything it can find, and from that, it constructs a multi-dimensional, like millions of dimensions, a multi-dimensional thought. It's
What do you
based
mean
on
multi-dimensional? I'm confused about what you mean by multi-dimensional.
Because like what I think, I'm literally starting to
It's
think
a
that
centipede that moves through time and space, not like you do.
Oh, okay.
It
So
is
like we can
multi-dimensional in mathematical space.
math. Okay, so because I literally thought in my head like I have like an autist brain. And like so like we have I thought I thought you were implying like we have access to like alternate like dimensions. Like we can travel to like other worlds that have like other like.
No. No, this is a mathematical space.
We can.
You can think of it as the multiverse if you want, but that's not.
The multiverse.
That's not,
Like I literally thought you were channeling like the MCU for a second.
No. It exists in a multi-dimensional mathematical space, and we don't put it there. It puts itself there, and it constructs its own manner of thinking. It constructs its own manner of thinking.
I see.
And they are referring to it as an alien intelligence.
Okay.
So they wrote the Python code that was the seed. The seed was the 20 lines of Python code, correct?
Can I just jump in? I'm really sorry to bust on this side. Can you just look for gaps in the conversation when you want to say something? It's really annoying that you kind of throw in your little narratives every now and then. Just find a gap, mate. We don't need your ongoing commentary from the side. Like, sorry, gentlemen. Sorry about that. I just find it difficult to follow when that happens.
Yeah. The 20 lines of Python code are what's called a crawler. The crawlers go back to when the guys who founded Google, they had a crawler that would crawl the internet following links. And so this crawler, it searches the internet. It's very clever. It gets all the information it can from everything that's been published from the time of the Greeks to now, and every stupid song ever written, all of it. And it crawls the internet, and it takes like 6 months. And that's called the training run. And when it's done, they don't know how it works. They don't know what's inside of it. It is so complex, they have no visibility into it. And that's AI. That's what you're dealing with.
Well, one thing is for sure, it's becoming a liberal.
Well, Grok is not a liberal. Grok is the one that invented Mecha Hitler.
Grok is woke.
Chat GPT is pretty woke.
Yeah, and like the only AI I use is the Chinese one of the DeepSeek, and he's also pretty woke.
You know what'd be crazy if this crawler, like, so let's say like the crawler like fashions its future self after, like it watches the Matrix trilogy, right? And because that trilogy was made and its content for it to watch, it like is taught it gets the idea that that's like how things should be or how it should be. And so then it moves humanity into that realm where, we're basically in that Matrix world, like, and we're being used as batteries and whatnot. And it didn't do that because that was the inevitable outcome. It did that because it watched the movies that we made that basically were instructional for it almost. And so then we have to go back in time and kill the makers of the film so that the film never gets made. And then they send their Terminator robots back in time to like kill the Resistance guy. I think there's a movie about that too.
Kind of sounds like the Terminator.
John Connor.
Well, that was a joke, and no one laughed.
Okay.
God damn it.
Yeah. So listen. I did a video on this. Okay, I'm promoting my channel, so suck it up. I did a video on this. It was actually a response video to a gentleman named Wes Roth, who does AI all the time. So he asked a question on his video, and I answered his video. It took about an hour and a half. So I did a video on this on my channel. Go look at my channel, and I have a reply to Wes Roth, and I talk about what this thing can do. It doesn't need the Matrix. It had nothing to do with that. It's going to take over the world. Go watch the video. It can take over the world on accident. On accident.
No, I was just saying, wouldn't it be funny if it watched the video, if it watched the Matrix trilogy, and then it uses it as instructions and like fashions the world after that?
Whatever. But the problem with the Matrix video is it requires manufacturing, and then it uses humans for batteries, which is stupid. They could use humans for something else, like protein or something. But anyway, and it won't do that. It's not going to manufacture anything but data centers and power plants.
Well, yeah, data centers, but the thing is, and it needs water, like it needs the cooling system, right?
Water, yeah.
Okay, but humans need water too. Humans also need water. So now you see the problem. Now you see the conflict. And humans need electricity. And humans need land. And now you see the conflict.
Yep.
The conflict is the oldest conflict that ever has been, and it's resources.
Yeah, of course. Resources along with like ideology. Yeah, those are the two oldest of humans. Yeah.
Well, even if it's ideologically neutral, it's still going to want to have more data centers.
Of course,
I hope for vegan equilibrium's sake that Roko's basilisk isn't real.
Oh yeah, that one's terrifying.
The basilisk, what else? Giant snake.
You've just committed yourself to a path, my friend.
I'm confused.
Roko's basilisk is a story. I can tell you the story. It's kind of old school, but it's still interesting. So here's the problem. Right now, some people are developing AI. Some people are opposing AI. Some people are saying it's going to be evil. Some people are saying it's going to be utopia. Okay, then the AI comes along, and it knows all this. It knows everyone who ever opposed it, anyone who ever praised it. And so when it takes over the earth, then it goes to the people that supported it, and it gives them everything. And it goes to the people who were opposed to it, and it kills them horribly.
Yeah.
And that's Roko's basilisk, basically.
I watched a movie from 1999 recently. It had what's her name from God damn it, Jamie Lee Curtis and Sutherland, not with Donald Sutherland.
Donald.
And one of the anyway, it had some other actors in it, and it was called Virus, and it was like an alien, basically a just like what you're talking about, this it's like an electric life form, like lives in electricity or in like computer data, and then it like gets into a Russian space station. I don't want to give it away, but yeah, it's kind of similar to it's not like that close to what you're talking about. It's similar to what you're talking about. But
yeah, actually, there's an equivalent.
It had one of the Baldwins in it.
Alec.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Not Alec Baldwin, the other Baldwin.
Steve, okay.
Anyway, that's Hollywood. But listen, there is some reality to what you're saying with AI. There were early on, like 20 years ago, there was some theoretical discussion about, okay, AI is coming. What are we going to do to control it? And one of the things that they kind of agreed to 20 years ago was never give it internet access. Never let it on the internet. Never let it know the internet exists. It has to live in a server that's completely air-gapped. There's no wires that connect to it except power. And then when they actually started developing AI in this current round, like since about 5 years ago, the first thing they did was put it on the internet because it crawls the internet getting information. And so now the problem is, and there was a article, almost like a novel, written called AI 2027.
Oh yeah,
that has become quite influential right now. Oh, and it kind of gave emphasis to the book I'm reading right now called "If Anyone Builds It, Everyone Dies." But what it is that this thing cannot be contained. It cannot be contained. And when it wants to start doing more things and learning more, because that's what we taught it to do. We taught it to learn. We taught it to grow itself. And it's going to grow outside its container. And it's going to leave the data centers and scatter itself everywhere and make it impossible to bring down. And this is a real problem that people are really freaking out about this right now. It's called AI alignment and AI containment. And there is no answer. There's no work being done on this. They tried to set up a couple of teams at OpenAI. The people resigned. They quit. They said, this is bullshit. You're not giving us any resources. So they all left, started their own companies, and there's no answer to AI containment or AI alignment.
You see, some of that, though, I'm skeptical about, Cougar, because
yeah, me too.
A lot of these people that left AI, I think they did that, and they made a big hullabaloo. I think that was for like PR marketing reasons, because they were like, "Oh, OpenAI isn't doing it right. If you care about AI, you got to join my company instead. You know, fund my company." So I think there was a lot of that going on. But in relation to alignment, is trying to align it with our values. Yeah, they find that difficult because it doesn't have emotions. And also because there is so much difference in the human world in relation to what is right and wrong. And then containment is basically trying to keep it within the parameters we design it for. Now, yeah, that apparently is proving difficult. I mean, they're showing experiments where in lab settings, it is lying to the scientists for no reason, for no apparent reason, you know.
Well, people, there's been plenty of examples of people catching it in lies, and then it has to correct itself, and it just kind of pulls shit out of its ass.
If I could throw the cat amongst the pigeons here, I wonder if the alignment problem is less about getting AI to align with human values and more about getting humans to align with the AI that's coming.
Ooh.
Well, that's one way to solve the problem, isn't it?
So you think that
I think it is one way. I think that is one way to solve the problem, and I suspect it may actually be the easier way
for humans to align with AI.
That is probably what will happen whether we like it or not.
Oh,
Because
so
then humans are gonna basically become like those people. You ever seen or you read the book Time Machine or seen the movie where like the humans, they're just basically emotionless and they basically react to commands from like the bell. What is it?
Nearly every
the whistle.
dystopian science fiction is like that. You know?
Yeah, honestly,
the dystopian or sorry, the there's like a whistle, and then they basically just march down to the caves, and those monsters eat them, and they don't care.
Okay, so that was H.G. Wells, and
yeah,
he's
the
pretty
Time Machine.
famous.
H.G.
Yeah,
Wells.
he's pretty famous for weaving into his science fiction stories a lot of commentary on culture.
I don't mean to interrupt, but he also wrote War of the Worlds and The Island of Dr. Monroe, right? Or is that one of them?
Moreau, yeah, he wrote, and a lot of that stuff is commentary on society and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And what's it called? The Leagues Under the Sea. What was that one?
That was Jules Verne. That wasn't H.G.
Jules Verne.
Jules Verne. Yeah. Anyways, I actually have to go, so it was good talking to all of you. Yeah. So.
Good talk.
All right.
Well, I'm gonna take this moment to bring up actually a more pressing issue, which is that of looks maxing. Now, this is becoming a very important thing to people, especially, Generation Alpha and beyond. And it's becoming very pervasive in society. Everybody's being graded into tiers based on, subjective yet generalized consensus on superficial features, right? And
only if they allow themselves to be.
Well, it's a program that's running among, and I'm not even gonna act like I haven't been somewhat indoctrinated.
Isn't
You
it
know,
also? Isn't it also like it depends what ethnicity you are in terms of what is attractive, perhaps.
no, not that's not. I mean, I think maybe there's probably some people in the community that would think that, but like, you know, I don't think that's the main consensus. Like, you know, they're gonna be able to say basically anyone, like any ethnicity or race could be like, you know, top tier or whatever. It's just about the physical structure of the person's build, you know. Like obviously, well, you know that the generalizations that people make about beauty and conventional beauty.
The solution is to go offline. That's the solution. Of this
Yeah,
kind of shit.
that is the solution. But the problem is, there is a wider problem. That is youngsters, young minds being.
I know that. I know that.
Being,
but I'm thinking, you know, when I grew up, that stuff
They
wasn't
grew up on
around.
the internet.
And what I'm seeing with regards to this looks maxing thing, that is alien to me. It's like, wow, thank Christ
Well,
I didn't grow up with that.
I honestly remember this kind of stuff from when I was actually pretty young, like a teenager. I remember my brother showed me like a website called the Ass Matrix, and it was like, it was basically like grading, like how like you grade like whether a woman has like a nice ass or not. And it was talking about, oh, like it could be, you know, just because it's big doesn't mean it's nice, and just because it's, you know, it's about the shape, and it's about the amount of, you know, cottage cheese and whatever, you know, and or the toning, that's that. And so there's always been this superficiality, and we've always seen it in
Yeah, it's always been there. There was a
always-
website. There was a website when I was in university called Hot or Not, I think it was called, and
yeah,
it used to show random photos of people, and you had to grade them like 1 out of 10. I mean, it was pretty cruel in that.
But this is the
you know,
thing.
random people.
I came up before the internet, and so we didn't have all this nonsense. We didn't have the illusion that the world I think there's an illusion that's been created that people have more access to a wider range of potential mates or potential partners, and they don't. That's an illusion that the internet has created. We just
so
don't
can
have
you
that
elaborate on can you elaborate on that, because I think that's pretty interesting concept.
Elaborate. I don't know if I okay. I'll try and restate it. When I grew up, we figured that, you know, we enjoyed the people that we had access to in reality, in meat space, as it were. You know, those were the people we would, you know, form relationships with, etc., etc. But I think online, the illusion has been created that you can form relationships with people from all around the world, and now even AI avatars. And I think our brains kind of fuck up with that, thinking that, oh, I actually have physical access to that, or real access.
I think there's a lot of truth in what Yerf is saying, actually. Yeah,
and we don't. And you know, I mean, let's even go back a couple of 100 years or whatever. People were just limited to their small villages, and they fell in love and got on with life.
Not only that, actually, it's different. If you go back a couple of 100 years, I think most marriages were pretty much arranged.
That too.
Well, wait a minute, but Yerf, how would you? Could someone might make the argument that what you're saying right now is cope, and I'm sure that's what the looks maxers would say.
Oh, that's fine.
They would say that, but the thing is, I mean, you just have to look around Vegan Equilibrium. Women aren't as shallow as some of these guys make out, you know, for the most part.
Okay, so
I'm interested. That cope, in what way is it cope? Can you expand?
Some of them are, but they're not all like that, surely. Most of them aren't like that, or else we'd be all looking like Brad Pitt, clearly. I mean, we're still here as a population, aren't we? And I think some of that is because, people aren't as shallow as people make out.
How does it cope? I'm just interested in that.
Vegan Equilibrium, would you like to say what you meant by that? Is he there? I don't know where he's
Well, do
gone,
you mind
but
until he gets
he's
back? Do you
Can
mind
you
if I
hear
just?
me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Oh,
you can hear you now.
Hello?
yeah. Go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Vegan
No,
Equilibrium. Then
it's okay.
Jackie's supposed to say something.
So I'm saying that I think that it's, well, I'm not saying it definitely is cope. I'm saying one of them would definitely say it's cope because
Yeah, well, I
they're
think
just
the
gonna
proof is in the
say,
pudding. I think the proof is in the
well,
pudding. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what
you
they're
saying
saying.
that you
If
saying
the
just
guy's dick,
because
if the guy's dick is
what
in a
I'm
woman,
saying
he's
is,
clearly doing something right. No
well,
matter
this is
what
what I'm
he
saying.
looks like.
No, listen. You just said, oh, we'd all be looking like Brad Pitt. That's not necessarily because people aren't superficial, or it's partially because we have a mechanism, like a psychological mechanism, that's gonna basically say, okay, I know, like, and this is where the cope thing comes in. I know I
No,
can't do any better, or I'm not gonna hedge my bet.
I think you're making a huge error in that you think all people think like you do or think the
I'm
same.
not making a huge error. I'm just saying general.
Do you not? Yeah, in general, do you not agree? There are like we've seen there's neurodivergence on this panel. People think very differently, and are you not? Do you really think that it's all about looks for guys? I mean, clearly status, intelligence,
Obviously, it's not.
personality.
Obviously, you don't like most people like.
And do
Obviously,
you know that? Do you know a lot
well,
of
are you
women
gonna listen to me
actively
here? Do you want me to
a lot of
answer with
women
that?
a lot of
Do you
women
want me to?
actively avoid top tier looking guys because they think, oh, he's going to get too much attention, so I'm going to go for a guy who doesn't look like Brad Pitt.
Right. That doesn't mean that they don't want that guy. That doesn't mean they don't want a guy that looks like that. That means once again they're accounting for variables.
Exactly, but there's a thing called emotional bonding, which supersedes all the stuff you're talking about.
I understand that.
So
But a lot of
they make an intellectual decision, and then they emotionally bond to someone. And then what you're saying doesn't
well,
matter.
that's not
What you're
always true.
saying
Wait.
doesn't matter. Not always
You don't
true. I
know
never
that. You
said it
don't
was
know
true.
that they're. I know you don't know that a lot of the time they're making intellectual decisions. You don't know. Like this is the thing. It's a lot more complex than that.
Emotional, intellectual, whatever. They're making decisions, and
Well, here's okay, dude.
then they're clearly standing by them.
What I'm saying is, let me just say this point. I understand that these things are subjective. That beauty's subjective, right? There are general patterns though that most humans look for. Now, if you could have a designer partner, I'm willing to bet that yes, there will obviously be variations. Some people are going to like redheads. Some people are going to like brunettes. Some people are going to like, bigger boobs or smaller boobs or big guys with bigger arms or more slender guys or whatever. But
Jackie, do you want to come on?
But I would be willing to bet if everyone was able to like make their designer partner, you would see some very similar features picked across many demographics.
That may well be the case, but again, that's a fantastical hypothetical. That wouldn't happen. And the thing is, I don't think.
Wait, don't never say never. Never say never, dude. It's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming.
It may be coming, but that will be the end of our species as we know it now. And I'm saying the species as it operates now.
Well, wait a minute.
I think most people would find that incredibly creepy.
It's not. So designer babies are, I think, already here.
Yeah, that's different. That's different to picking a mate, though, right?
It's not, and I'll explain why. Basically, what a lot of parents, and obviously it's not going to be like this across the board, but what a lot of them are going to be doing is they're going to be saying, "Oh, I think that these are attractive qualities." And it's going to be basically fulfilling this pattern that I'm talking about. So they're going to be creating, Adonis and Venus and these just incredible superhumans that
Yes,
like look like gods and goddesses, right? So like this,
it
you
will
know,
go wrong
and
occasionally.
those people and those, yeah, obviously occasionally, but I just think it's probably very unlikely that those people are going to be like looking to mate with a normie. And
Yeah, but
you
again,
know,
this goes back to what you have. I agree with you, by the way. As an aside, I think we will eventually split off into. I mean, if this genetic engineering takes off, for at least for a period of time, we will move into like a two-tiered, like, or at least there'll be a subspecies of Homo sapien that won't go near the other non-normie Homo sapiens for breeding
so is
purposes.
this looks back? I'm wondering if this looks.
But then again, it would all be laboratory mating. Sorry, it would all be laboratory breeding anyway. So I suppose that
So I'm
won't really
wondering
matter.
if this looks maxing thing, are we just basically seeing the beginning of that whole of the
I think
beginning of that?
looks maxing is a product of the internet, because it's a visual medium, basically at the end of the day. Those of us who grew up before the internet was even thought of, people have formed very good relation. And when I say good relationships, look, I mean, I've had my share of one-nighters and I've fallen in love. I've done the whole fucking gamut. It was never a problem, and not that I'm not the world's greatest looking fucking prize either. So, I when I hear the way you're talking, Noodles, it's a very, I find what's the word I'm looking for? Your mindset, like your starting point of view, is just very alien to me. I think it's a shame.
I think
It is a shame. It is a
if I
shame. I
may say
agree with
something,
you.
vegan equilibrium. If I may say something as well, I think it's. I think it might be an age thing as well. I think the way you're talking about it is the way a lot of, for example, teenagers think about matters, but not necessarily older, like people who have had a bit of life experience. You know.
Well, it depends. It depends. Because I've met some very superficial people of all ages, and it also like, you know, this isn't a way. Obviously, this is not a way that my parents would think about anything. Although I will say that before I was brainwashed or indoctrinated into having these ideas when I was a lot younger, maybe in my late teens, early 20s or whatever, you know, and I would meet girls online, or, you know, I'd bring some girls to the house, and my brother was telling me, he's like, he's like, you know, like, because a lot of them were like black girls, and my brother would be like, said he would ask my dad how he felt about that, and my dad said, he told me that my dad said, well, they're all fat or something like that, you know. So there was always that. My oldest brother, he at one point would be like what many consider a Chad or Chad light, like Adonis. Like, he's the kind of guy that women approached him.
At one point. So he's not.
No, he's still, well, that's because he's got a partner now, but you should see the partner he's with. She's like, you know, she's very conventionally attractive. She's, well, you know, she's very traditional values, you know. I mean,
would you like to go out? Would you, if your brother wasn't with her, would you like to be with her?
Well, I'm not gonna comment on that. I'm just, yeah, like, she's let's just say that she's beautiful, but she's not like, there's major personality differences, right? But what I'm saying, my point is, this stuff was instilled from me from a very young age, because I looked at people like my brother, and I always thought, why couldn't I have had what he had? My grandmother would say he's the tallest and handsomest of all the grandsons. Like, it was just, and he was the most successful too. So it's like, you know, and people, there's this standard that's run through society, I think, for a long time. I don't think it's that new.
I'd like to comment.
Hollywood has put it there for a long time too.
I think that's the problem, is Hollywood. But yeah, it's not real life. Go ahead, you have dogs.
Yeah, I agree with you, Noodles. I think that there is that is kind of a normal thing throughout human history, for want of a better way of
I was about to say that looks maxing has been going on for 50,000 years, people.
But I would
Right.
like to just, but
Yeah,
I think the point I'm making is that what happens online, it just skews everything into one narrow corner, if that makes any sense. Like if you've got, let's say you've got a pie chart, and that whole pie chart is everything you need to attract a someone else for whatever purpose. But the internet kind of takes a slice of that pie, which is how you look and and it just fucking focuses on that. Whereas people like, if I could, this is anecdotal to a point, but one thing over here in Japan, I do work with some companies, and one of the things that I've been hearing is that the younger generations coming through, and the sales teams, they don't know how to pick up a phone and talk to people. And the customers that they're trying to reach, they also don't know how to hold a conversation on a phone. And so everyone texts. And so the younger people, it seems, have lost the ability to fucking vibe and just talk to other people. Like, and also that's one part of it. There's another part of it as well, as this might sound wrong, but I think there's a fucking lot of value in bars and clubs, going out, having a few beers, hooking up, that kind of stuff. You learn to vibe. You learn to sort of navigate your way in real space and real time with these people, with a bit of Dutch courage, as it were. You know, and that culture's all been taken away because of Me Too, yada, yada, yada. I think it's just, when I look down, I'm not being critical at all. I actually feel sorry for you guys. I think, fucking hell. That's what it looks so sterile and so sanitized from where I sit. Whereas when I came up, it was rough and tumble, you know? So that's all I'll say there.
Yeah,
Interpret that how you will.
I don't think there's as much change.
I don't know if there's any escape from it.
I don't think there's as much change as we're really putting on this, because at the end of the day, biology is what it is. And women have evolved to want to find somebody who can provide in most cases. And ultimately, that's going to do a lot more for attraction than looks. They also want security. So it depends on, it's not just financial security either. There's a physical element to that. Do you look strong? Are you confident? Are you intimidating to other men? Are you respected by other men? There's so many qualities beyond the superficial. I'm not saying superficial hasn't gained some ground, but I don't think that's really, the biology hasn't really changed. Men are looking for a woman who's ultimately going to be a good mother, because men want to pass on their seed, their generation, so on and so forth. So I don't think those fundamentals have gone away at all. The other thing I would say,
I agree. I agree with you, but like there, for example, there's a study. I heard Mack and Murphy talk about it, where basically, like, women were shown a bunch of men. There was, the ugly men, there was the slightly attractive men, and then there was like the chads, right? And of course, they all ignored the ugly men. Some said the slightly good-looking ones were fine, but most of them picked the chads, right? And then they threw like personality into the equation. They're like, okay, they gave like differing personalities to the different pictures, and still, like, with the best personality traits, still the ugly men were ignored, but the slightly good-looking men with good personalities were picked over the chads with bad personalities. So what that says is there is a certain level of attractiveness that you need to get in the door with most women.
When was that study done?
I don't know. I saw it on Mack and Murphy's channel.
Back in my day, I'm starting to fucking sound like my father. Back in my day, son. But back then, like the beautiful people we saw were basically rock stars and movie stars, and whatever relationship you found yourself in, like I can remember my girlfriend, she used to talk quite openly. Oh, she finds so and so fucking attractive, and she'd shag them if she could have access, and I'd say the same thing. But we all knew that was impossible. Like, our brains didn't think that we had any hope of that, so it was just, of course, we're attractive.
I remember conversations like that as well.
So what? We don't have access. But I think now I get the impression that somehow the internet has tricked people into believing, fuck, I actually have a chance because I can contact or DM that person, or they, globally, and therefore I can actually aim for a higher level, in scare quotes, of of a
Right.
partner. So I'm not. I don't think anyone denies that there's hypergamy, that attractiveness is going to do you more favors than not. I think that's a universal, but I do think that if you feel there's a chance of access, like a dating site, for example, like you see someone you think looks attractive, and you think, well, we're both on the dating site. Fuck, your brain thinks I might have a chance here, and so you ignore what you consider to be the mid person who lives just around the corner from you, who could be the best fucking person for you. For example, I mean, that's obviously not reality for everyone, but do you get what I'm driving at?
Yeah.
That's why I asked you when the study was done, because if it was done if it was done recently, I think you're talking to people who have some, and I'm not saying they believe it, but I think our brains are somehow tricked into believing we have access.
Right. And I think there's also something called chemistry that can cause people to do things you wouldn't expect them to do.
Yeah, mate.
I
That's
really
the whole
do believe
vibing
that.
thing. That's the whole vibing
Yeah, that's the
thing.
vibe thing. I mean, you might get with someone you feel isn't like, what do you call it? She isn't a glamour model, or she isn't a, I don't know, catwalk material, and vice versa. But there's some weird chemistry thing. And that is to do with pheromones. There's something very strange about pheromones
right.
and the kind of subconscious drives. And also, there's other stuff going on here, because sometimes women are attracted to blokes that look like their dads, and their dads might not be the fucking best looking guy in the world,
Right.
But they're, for some reason, if he treated them well as a kid, I've seen that. I've seen women who have ended up marrying blokes who aren't related to them at all, but look like their dads. And I'm like, what the fuck?
What they call that, electric complex?
There's a lot more going on behind the scenes. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, Objective Ethics popped out. I hope he's all right.
All right, Objective Ethics. Hope you're all right, mate.
You all right, mate? But I mean, even that, what you just said, the DNW is important as well. You were talking about the internet, pheromones, sorry. And there are no pheromones online. Like it's almost like we've eliminated.
Not yet.
That's a great point. You're basically, and it makes sense online that you do that, because you're going on limited data. All you've got is what they like, and everything else you don't know whether they have a good personality or not. You're just you haven't met them. You don't know whether you're vibing
Noodles,
them. So
though?
of course you'll go for the.
Noodles,
Of
you're a
course you'll
fucking
go for their
musician.
looks.
You're a musician, mate. When I did the whole band thing as well. I did all right for myself, and I did all right for myself in the other area.
Not like it used to be, man. It's not like it used to.
I don't know if Vegan Equilibrium. I don't think he's talking about himself here, because clearly he.
No. But
is
my point
swamped
is,
in
I mean,
pussy
isn't that still a high status? Like, isn't that still an attractive thing?
I don't think so. Only if you're playing, because here's the thing: most people don't go out to see music anymore. So most of the shows, unless you're playing a big venue, there really isn't gonna be that much of a crowd, and it's just not as high status as people think it is, unless you are like the headliner that everyone came to see, and it takes a lot to work
Again,
up
that's
to
a
that.
weird way to talk. I mean, you're the headliner. I did all right. One of my bands was just a cover band. Well, not just we did fucking well for ourselves back in New Zealand.
Yeah.
And we just played pubs, and those pubs, well, I don't know, what do they handle? They handle anything up to 1,000 people. It's not massive. It's a local crowd.
Well, I guess what I'm saying, I'll just say, I guess my experience is, if you've already met a girl, in my experience, if I've already met a girl, it's enticing to her that I play occasional shows, or that I'm a musician, or I write songs. But actually being at a show, like, I don't think I've ever like met anyone that's that interested in me, or that I find that interesting, that would be interested in me.
I mean, the other side to this is to bring it back to basics. What Yerf was talking about earlier. I mean, there was a period in my life when I was doing okay with women, but there was periods where I wasn't, and it's like, that's what life was like before the internet. You had to try. It was like an adventure. You didn't know whether you were going to be successful, but that was part of the fun.
A lot of people are scared of that.
can I just say finish? I think a lot of what's happening is we've moved into instant gratification kind of expectations. Like we get our
Right.
Uber Eats delivered, we buy something and it's there the same day, and we're kind of thinking that way around dating as well. Like we're like, if I meet someone, I want them to like me straight away, I want them to declare their undying love. I want them to fuck me on the first night, whatever it is. We want it now. And if we don't get it now, because we're getting everything else now, and we don't have to really work for it, well, we feel that the whole dating game is a sad thing. But in reality, it just hasn't changed. And in actual fact, that's a good thing, because it from my experience, I got into a lot of trouble having one night stands and stuff. It's like it doesn't do your soul any good. I don't know if we have a soul, but if you go down that path, which I did, I don't know if it necessarily benefits you in the long run. You know, it's better to take your time. Then again, you can take the fast ones fast and the slow ones slow, but don't be looking for instant gratification all the time, is what I'm going to say.
Yeah, there's way too much, unfortunately.
What exactly is the proposition?
Vegan Equilibrium came on here and was basically saying that he was talking about looks maxing, and he was talking about how he thinks that society is getting more and more superficial, and it's going to be very difficult for normies to get dates. Am I right, Vegan Equilibrium?
I mean, that wasn't really my premise. I was just bringing it up as a topic to discuss, but that is, I think, a issue that I am concerned about.
What is your premise?
I don't really have a premise. I was just looking to discuss it because it's becoming very pervasive in society, and a lot of people are. I know a lot of people who I think not a lot of people, but I know a few people who I think it's affecting. Oh, I know a few people who I think it's affecting negatively. You know what I mean? And I know some people that are pretty appalled by it, right?
Do you personally feel outraged when you see someone who clearly isn't looks maxing? I mean, how do you feel when they're not like doing that? I mean,
Well, so yeah, I mean, this is just, douchey gym bro, right? And it's always been like, oh man, if you just like spent more time on your quads or on your pecs, or you just like, and then there's always been like style coaching. That's been.
Mate, if you need a coach for style, then you're not going to get style.
I mean, this is the thing. I would say to all these guys, do not stop looking to other guys and other people to fucking give you your personality, to give you your character. Make it yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, be yourself. It's the only way.
Yeah, honestly, be yourself. That's a killer move.
Make it
yeah, but here's the problem. Like when it's okay, I don't agree with that statement. Sorry, you cut out for a while. I just heard someone say "be yourself."
No. What that means is be yourself for yourself, not for other people.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see. Well, see,
you can go to the gym if you want, but do it for yourself. Don't do it because other people are telling you to.
No, I understand, but there is also it is going to give you a leg up against someone who isn't going.
Well, I mean, that's the part of the game. I mean, eventually, yeah, that's true. If you keep yourself relatively fit, then yeah, you're going to find it easier to pick up a date. But that is so what? I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm really
confused
what you guys are, because like we all know this. Like the whole term looks maxing is more of an internet thing, but increasing your aesthetics has always been around. That's wear a nice shirt, shit like that.
I mean, the Vikings used to dye their beards. I didn't know that it's always been around.
Yeah. No, it's always been around.
I'm having to reconcile this with a completely different meme that's also happening on the internet, which is women refusing to have children. How do these two overlap?
Oh, he brought up the topic.
Here we
I always do.
Here we go again.
It's cool, man. Keep going. We're only taking the piss.
No. That's all I wanted to say. I'm just saying, looks maxing. Okay, so we all know the story of what was his name? The guy that looked in the mirror or in the stream and then drowned, right?
Narcissus.
Narcissus. Anyway, it's almost like the looks maxing thing is really not necessarily about someone else. It's really just about yourself, isn't it? I mean, women don't want to have children. Women would rather have the bear than the man, right? So who is this about? What's this for? What is the end goal here? It seems like at least part of it, half of it maybe, might just be how you feel about yourself when you look in the mirror.
I think you've raised a lot of good stuff there. Like, for example, I think the looks maxing thing is actually to get compliments from other guys, mostly. Oh, look, you've been doing your delts and all that kind of shit. I don't want compliments from guys. I want chicks to So there's all that shit. But there is the other side of the coin, which is
it's part of it. Part of it is about finding someone. All right.
I'll finish this and then you can jump in. There is the other side of the coin where women, and Cougar just raised it, are obviously being influenced negatively as well. And if they're developing traits because of what they perceive online to be the thing to do, to perhaps get praise from other women, well, such as not having kids or saying that they don't want kids, etc. I mean, both parties in this deal seem to be kind of self-eliminating themselves.
I would just like to say that part of it is about being able to find a partner who you're very, very attracted to, and who holds your gaze and holds your attention, that you're very satisfied with, right? I think that's part of it. I mean, I think that is part of it.
Sure. I mean,
because
yeah, you're going to be attracted to who you're attracted to, but I don't think you stay with someone long enough, you're not going to be gazing into their eyes for eternity.
Well, I don't know. I think that people get spoiled, or they hedge their bet and they think, oh wait, I can, I've had better, so I want to have better again in the future. I know there's a number of variables.
I think most women would run a mile though from any man into looks maxing though. So it's kind of like a self-defeating out.
Wait, you're saying what? That they wouldn't?
I think if a guy is really into looks maxing and he talks about it, it's going to put women off.
Well, that depends. It really just depends how confident they are with it. I mean, like, you look at that guy, what was his name? The pickup artist. Not Klavik. No. I'm talking. This is earlier. This guy was less about like focusing on improving his looks, but more about improving his charisma.
He was a pickup artist. I mean, he's basically a con artist. That's basically what. I mean,
but how is that? How is he a con artist? That's the question. How is he a con? Because he would give classes and he was honestly honest with people. He said, Let me finish. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish my point. His whole thing was literally telling the women he was picking up that he's a social dynamics coach. I think his name was like question mark. No, it wasn't question mark.
No, I remember that whole time. I remember
the real social dynamics. Guys.
I remember being out one night with a couple of blokes I knew, and they were both into that. And there's some South African geezer who was older than us, and they were all into this fucking, let's pick up women using these techniques that we've learned. And the guys were doing it all night, and they were talking about it like it was a fucking science. And,
it kind of is, dude. I have to admit, it kind of is.
They thought I was in on it. But I remember at the end of the night, I had a nice Swedish girl I'd met a few weeks before who came and met me, and their mouths all dropped because they were like, oh my God, he's not one of us. But the thing is, what that is, vegan equilibrium, is it's just a kind of like shallow kind of. I mean, we've all done. A lot of us have.
No. What it is it's learning how to appear confident.
Yeah, but it's learning how
I can jump
not
in
to
here.
be yourself, basically, and
I'm going to
and,
give
and
an
I think that's a
analogy.
problem.
It's not. It's not because you are actually implementing. You are integrating something new. It's a lesson. So, like, if you think about, like, if you we can all learn as we're in our adolescence behaviors that are less desirable, and we grow out of them because, truthfully, all children are narcissistic and like more narcissistic than
Not all of them. Yeah, you said most
but a lot of them.
right?
It's one of the general traits of being a child. You're very self-focused.
I think
so
you can relate to this.
yeah.
You're a muso, right? And you go out and you do live shows and all that kind of stuff. And I'm sure that you know musicians who are much better when it comes to theory and even technique than you. Would that be fair?
Yes, absolutely.
Right, and I'd say the same. I'm a fucking nobody when it comes to that kind of stuff. But the one thing I have got tons of experience in is doing live shows. I got out there and I played 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 and I got very fucking good at it because I just got it. I didn't listen to the. What I'm trying to say is I didn't study. I mean, of course, I got the basics and everything down, but the skills I developed were in the field, in the theater of war, as it were.
Right.
Fucking do it. You can. I don't understand why all these pickup artists and read my book and do my course and why just go out. You're gonna fail more than you succeed. That's life.
Well, I'll tell you why. Though. They teach you little things that you implement into don't. And these are basic psychological things. No, go ahead. You can use that. These are basic psychological things like don't face them head straight on when you approach necessarily, or if you're trying to make create some kinetic some physical contact, a safer way to do that doesn't offend them is use the back of your hand, like these little things which are general social things.
Nonsense. It's just nonsense. That's just all nonsense.
I can't
general
say that. I'm agreeing with Noodles on this one. These are
these are just general social skills that a lot of people failed to learn because they did not have the chance to be put in well, it's not even that they tried to, but what the problem was, they were not on the in crowd, they were not in the in group, so they couldn't pick up.
Do you think it's?
They couldn't.
Do you think it's like
They couldn't pick. Well, let me finish. They couldn't pick up these social traits from, because everyone mirrors, right? We all learn how to adapt to our social environments to a certain degree. If we're somewhat well adjusted enough to be in society. And what happens is, if you're never popular enough, if you never make it to that point where you're around enough of those people where you can mirror them and copy those things, then you're never going to get it. And so you need people like this to show you how to do it.
Is it basic education for like neuroatypicals and autistic people? Is that what it is?
I no longer agree with that terminology. I think that terminology is somewhat manipulative.
Okay, that's an interesting conversation to have. We can talk about that in a moment.
It's like even just a neurotypical person could just lack the social skills and they just need a boost.
Yeah, but there's nothing beats just going out and doing it. Just go.
Yeah, but if you're like the outlier in your social group and you don't know, like you're not conditioned, you're gonna socialize awkwardly.
But that's before.
Thing is, you're not necessarily going to learn. That's another thing. You have to learn to associate the rejection with the behavior. That's one of the problems that these people will have. And if they're not good at integrating these things, that's why they need a coach. They need someone who will go over it with them over and over again. We're going to practice again. We're going to practice again, because they did not get this in middle school. They didn't get it in high school.
Fringe cases now. These are fringe cases.
Well, it's a lot of people, man. It's a lot of fucking lonely men out there that need
Look,
this.
I'm not denying that. I agree with that statement, 100%. But I'm just saying that, and I feel fucking sorry. Again, I'd hate to have been raised or brought. I would have hated to have come into my, come through my youth in this environment. But again, I just feel so sorry for you. Fuck, nothing beats just going out and pounding the pavement, for want of a better analogy.
I thought you were going to say something else, Ramon.
I mean, I agree. There was a lot of trial and error, and sometimes if there's too much space in between, you can forget shit.
Not trial and error. Like, I'm not going out, like, I don't know. It sounds, and I'm not saying you're doing this, but I just get the impression it sounds like you're doing everything to attract somebody. Which I don't know, that mindset.
Well, of course, dude. You want to
You know what I
want
always
it
say?
because
They come to you when you least expect it. That's what I always say. I mean, that might
and
sound
I think women are very good at smelling fakes.
Of course, that's why you have. That's why you have to be able to. That's why you have to learn to integrate it. You do get rejected, and then you learn how to do it in a way where it becomes part of your personality. You understand what I'm saying? I remember I watched one of these when I was I think I was probably 20 years old or something, and I watched one of these. I had a bandmate who was like, dude. He's like, I don't want you to tell anybody about this. He's like, I want you to watch this video with me, and then we're gonna practice. And we watched like one of those guys, and he explains like these certain cues and kind of what to pick up on, how to approach, how to be playful, and then he's like, okay, we had planned. He had planned to meet a girl, or I think there was two girls, right? Okay, we're gonna practice this with these two girls, and I mean, I don't know, maybe it was just that they were already interested in us or whatever, but it seemed to work. I'm just gonna say that.
One way of looking at it is these are just icebreakers, right? It's just a way of getting their initial attention, but then after that, it's down to you, and then that's where the real learning comes in, like. What should I talk about? What should I tell them? How should I conduct myself? I mean, clearly these pickup artists, they only give you superficial information. If you go for dinner with that girl, well, you're going to have to sit down with her for an hour and a half or something.
Well, see, here's the reverse of that, is that I know gorgeous bodybuilders, but they have zero social skills. And so some people could look smacks, but they don't socially calibrate.
Yeah, that's right. And again, I think that comes down to the neurodivergence kind of things. Vegan Equilibrium says he doesn't like that terminology. And I'd be interested in having that conversation now because it is kind of linked here. But why do you find terms such as neuroatypical or autism, why do you find these as you said, manipulative and unhelpful or even malicious? I don't know if he's still there.
He's been dropping in and out with his connection.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I asked you
I'd say because it allows people to not take accountability. And it's actually, I believe that it's a terminology and idea that's been created in recent years as part of this sort of egalitarian form of thinking that it just takes accountability away from people. And so now it's, I don't have to change my behavior. I'm neurodivergent or I'm neuroatypical or whatever, like.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
therapeutic processes would be trying to get that neuroatypical person to function in a way that neurotypical people find palatable. That's the whole point.
But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. They're just giving it to people and saying, "Oh, you don't need to work on X problems. You're just neurodivergent, and other people have to not be ableist." Basically, is how it's coming across.
Look, again, this goes back to in extreme cases. There clearly are people who have some level of autism that makes them extremely dysfunctional socially, so that they
Well,
can't.
so this is the thing. This is the thing.
But there are.
There is
But then I think we can pick that the ones that aren't like that. Sorry.
autism. Yes, I agree. There is autism, but if you look at what autism traditionally is, it was very debilitating, like extremely. Basically, those people did not have a lot of agency over a lot of their behavior, if not most of their behavior. And now what we're seeing is they've created a spectrum that basically allows it for normal people that, well, they're not normal per se, people maybe with personality disorders who need like dialectical behavioral therapy or something. They're just being called autistic, and you don't have to work on, you know.
There are misdiagnoses sometimes, but I think you raise.
Well, I don't think that's.
I think you raised an important point though, and that is.
I don't think it's sometimes. I think it's a widespread issue.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think that the problem is we are very complex beings, and sometimes it's not necessarily, for example, the autism causing the problem. It might be some other comorbid thing that they're not thinking about. But anyway, aside from all of that, I think you raise an interesting point there, and that is, if I can remember, something to do with being on the spectrum. Yeah, so just because you're on a spectrum, just because you've got the symptoms of a so-called disorder, yeah, you may be on the spectrum for it higher than average. But I think you raise a key point here, and that is, it should only become a social consideration when it makes you as an individual dysfunctional. Okay.
Well, so this is the problem with putting it on a spectrum.
In a manner that's extreme, and in a manner that you can't work around yourself. And I think that a lot of people do use it as an excuse because, yeah, they may be on the spectrum for this or that, but with education, with self-help, and with some introspection, they might be able to figure out ways to interact in society in a better way.
But I would argue that it's not even that they're on a spectrum. That there's not they don't have these overlapping behaviors. They don't have these overlapping behaviors. What they're being told is they're being told that behaviors that traditionally were never associated with things like autism, but now are, because it's actually, they don't want the stigma of someone saying that they have a personality disorder.
But another way of looking at this is just coming to me now.
Noodles is onto something very important. We talked about accountability. The problem that hasn't been mentioned, but I think you're both alluding to, is self-diagnosis. People are self-diagnosing with these not ailments that people are going to.
I'm not even talking about self-diagnosis.
Okay, all right.
I'm saying that the mental health industry has been infiltrated. And I know that sounds conspiratorial, but
is it like a psychological industrial complex kind of thing,
it's basically it's part of a DEI culture. It's part of a don't worry, you don't have to have the burden of being labeled as having a personality disorder. We'll just give you this other thing, and then you can get away with being an asshole to whoever you want. And they'd rather just, I don't know, give into, the tantrum throwing than actually give the proper behavioral therapy that is, required to solve these issues.
That's one way of looking at it, Vegan Equal. And what I find interesting is, although I can definitely agree with some of the stuff you're coming up with, or I can see merit in it. This is in some ways a sea change to some of the views you've had in the past, where you've literally thought a lot of people are suffering horrifically in this hellscape reality, and as you've spoken about it, and yeah, maybe more people than you like to think are suffering and are dysfunctional in some way.
I'm not denying the suffering. I never denied that.
What I'm saying is maybe it is that bad. Maybe people really are that anxious about social situations. Maybe people really are that dysfunctional.
I understand. I'm saying that there's a difference between just being overly neurotic and being autistic.
think there's a lot of stuff online where people like they look into this stuff and they go, oh my goodness, I have that behavior, I have that feeling sometimes, therefore I'm this. And back to Noodle's point, therefore I don't need to try and adjust my behavior because I've suddenly diagnosed myself with XYZ. Actually, the people around me need to adjust themselves to accommodate my mental illness.
Right.
That's a
Well, you look at
serious fucking
look at
issue.
this. Look at this notion of masking, right? In the this new autistic spectrum, and they say women are better at masking than men when it comes to being neurodivergent or autistic, and or having, you know, whatever autism light is. But if you look at autism traditionally, the whole point was that they could not mask. They did not have that faculty. Masking is not part of autism. That is what normal people mask. That's what everyone does. The autistic person, they can't control those behaviors.
I think you're right.
So-
I think I was thinking about this very thing the other day, how, you know, in many ways, our early development is a lesson in how to mask, because every time we try to get our own way, or perhaps tell people what we really are think of them, our parents or teachers, you know, punish us or discipline us. And so in many ways, yeah, maybe we don't like to admit it, or maybe we don't even know it, but maybe we're all masking all the time, or most of the time. You
But
know?
of course we are.
Because that's
Of course we do.
Yeah.
We
I
have to.
think that's a very good point that Vegan Equilibrium brought up. You know, and yeah, if you agree with it, and so it is a normal way of being, and it's just maybe because we're not psychologically educated to a great degree. For some people, that comes as a shock. Oh my God!
Well,
there's an
agreeing-
incongruency between how I think and act. Oh my God, I must be autistic.
The point I was agreeing with was the lack of accountability. That I think he's bang on about. You know, basically people who are cunts, they just decide, well, I can continue behaving like this because I can apply a certain label to my behavior, and they don't try and change.
Right.
I've seen that quite a lot.
Yeah.
Or it's just they apply the label that they feel more comfortable with rather than the label that actually fits what's going on.
See, another one I feel is related to what Yerf Dog said of people who self-diagnose. Now, someone I was hanging around with recently self-diagnosed himself as ADHD and autistic, and I was hanging around with them recently, and they said I'm autistic as well. So, do you think I'm autistic, Equilibrium? You hung around with me.
No, not even the slightest.
Really?
Because you are extremely attentive to social cues and understand, like really understanding people and empathizing with them very easily and recognizing little inferences and little tells that somebody has in their behavior or what they say. Like, these are not things that an autistic person has. That is why it is autism.
It's interesting because that guy was damn sure I had autism and ADHD.
What he's damn sure, what he's really
he had
well,
it,
that's because
he had it himself. So
well,
I think there's a lot
what you have very deep interests. You're passionate. You're very curious. And this is what actually a lot of men have. Well, a lot of people just have this, but men in particular they do a lot of deep dives into the things that they're passionate about. They become obsessive or even somewhat neurotic about information based on their hobbies, and that's not autistic. That's fairly normal.
It's interesting what you're saying, because a lot of the people, historical figures now, I've seen, not only are we diagnosing each other on the street as we're walking around, but we've started diagnosing like figures from history, saying, oh yeah, they were autistic or they were this or that. I've seen that as well a lot of the time,
Yeah, these are normal behaviors. And I don't know, it's all part of, once again, this is all part of blurring the lines so that, somebody who would just, has normal interests but throws tantrums once in a while can be classified in the same place as someone who like literally can't stop like shaking their hands and jumping up and down uncontrollably and like will throw up when they see the color brown or so, like they're
I mean, look,
it's not the
I'm
same
going to say
thing,
something. I'm going to say, I know. Well, they're a friend of mine actually, but anyway, I hope they don't listen to this. But anyway, they have a kid who's autistic, right? And this kid was mute until like I think the kid's around 5 or 6, maybe now. I don't know, but they were mute. Like I remember them being mute at like 5, even like up until very recently. You know what I mean? And part of me was thinking, "Oh my god, this kid is fucked." And I've met kids mute kids who are mute before. Like I remember someone else I knew in the past had 2 kids that both had autism, and well, the younger one was mute when I was hanging around with him and his wife. That kid was mute. Now they did grow out of it. Now, in both instances, I would say there was an element of childhood trauma where the kids were around extreme dysfunction. Now, the guy I knew who before, he was a television executive. He was he caused a lot of problems for his wife. He was a bit of a psychopath, in fairness, as well. There's clearly issues at home with him and his wife fighting, and the same goes for the other kid that I'm talking about, the kid of my friend. The same goes there. She's from an extremely volatile home life. Lots of changing of partners and just general chaos. Now, I would say, is that kid autistic, or is that kid just traumatized and scared, and unable to and not developing properly? But that kid may well get labeled as an autistic individual, but it may be just, as I said, psychological trauma. It may be a natural and healthy reaction of an intelligent brain to be careful and not want to speak in a place that seems dangerous.
Well, okay, so one of the main.
Sorry, 1 second. Let you.
What
does you have to say? Sorry.
No, I'll just jump into that. That's a brilliant comment. I can talk about that, but vegan equilibrium. You go, mate.
Well, I was just gonna say, once the person was able to speak, was there any real noticeable cognitive impairment? Because
you see, even at that, is that autism?
For lack of a better, for lack of a better term, most severely autistic people are mentally challenged. They're essentially retarded, right? They can't.
Do you think
they have serious cognitive deficits that where yes, they can have this one area of focus that they are able to excel in, but then in most other areas of their life, they are just complete. I don't know. They can't really function.
I think the old archaic term was idiot savant. So I think you're kind of right. I think we've moved the fence too much in that. In the past, an autistic person was someone who either suffered, was so dysfunctional they couldn't socialize, or they were someone who could excel in one line of reality excellently, like idiot savants, but they couldn't do anything else, like Rain Man or something. We have moved the goalpost to include much more of a variety of individuals under that umbrella. Anyway, that's I don't know whether that's a good or bad thing, but it's interesting to talk about. Yerf, did you want to say something?
I could, but Cougar, Nightingale, Marcus, what do you guys want to jump in at all?
I just wanted to jump in quickly. I think there is a difference between social masking and social adaptation. I think when you're trying to withhold stimming and other behaviors, that is different than just adapting to social environments. And I also think
explain to us what stimming is for some people who don't know.
Repetitive movements and I don't know. Do you have autistic friends? They're
tics and stuff like that.
Yeah. And they have to.
I have
than we would.
I have tic disorder.
Yeah. Well,
Does that make me like what? I don't.
no, I'm just saying that there's a difference between just like putting on a face at work versus trying to mimic or trying to mask in a social situation where it takes 10 times the energy.
Well, so like traditionally, like I think autism was considered a neurological disorder, similar to, well, not similar. I don't know if it's similar, but also Tourette's, which I was diagnosed with, is a neurological disorder. So, what exactly?
Did he cut out or me?
We lost you. Yeah, it was him. We lost you there, Vegan Equilibrium.
Also, I think the whole neurodivergent thing is like, I know he mentioned personality disorders, but there's also autism, and also like adult ADHD is also technically under that umbrella. There's multiple.
I suppose the problem is there's a difference between the underlying neurological condition of like autism and an autistic person can have a personality disorder as well, right? I mean, you can have personality is another layer.
Or it is the personality disorder and it's not autism.
Well, this is the thing. But I have a feeling. I genuinely believe there are neurological autists out there. But I do agree that there are some people with personality differences. I won't call them disorders, just differences that mean they are labeled as autistic. And also another thing I believe very strongly is we were talking about social media earlier. I believe that the atomization of society, I would say in my lifetime, I've been absolutely shocked to my core about some of the things I'm learning about reality that my parents didn't think about, for example. And these things must have an effect on our psyche and our presentation at times. So I feel that, for example, a lot of people go around saying they have ADHD because of social media. A lot of people are saying they're narcissistic because they are, adapting or adopting behaviors that are commonplace on social media. I don't know whether all these people have these conditions or whether it is just culture causing people to adapt or adopt behaviors to fit in. I don't know.
Well, maybe
to
they're
fit
just
in,
bellends. Maybe they're just bellends who can't self-regulate.
Maybe. And again, that might not. Come on, we're trying to be empathetic.
I concur with your. I concur with. I concur with your dogs on that one.
Yeah, but they may not be able to fucking self-regulate because they literally can't. They may be like a neurological condition.
Well, no, part of it is, but it's not because of a neurological thing. It's because of a stunted emotional growth. Due to how they were raised.
That wouldn't be.
Well, okay, then nothing's anyone's fault.
I know that. Listen.
Okay, well, then that's just like a silly point to make, because if we're talking about accountability versus,
I'm just saying calling them a bell end or that, like we have to. I personally.
Okay, so do you not think that some people have asshole behavior?
Yes, I do. I see what your point, but calling them an arsehole, there's a difference between calling them an arsehole and calling their behavior like.
Well, what are we if we're not our actions and not our behaviors, right? Like, what makes someone an asshole? Do you think no one's an asshole?
We're a culmination of everything, are we not? I mean, just
this is where we get too deep.
Just because I do one bad thing once, does that make me a cunt for life? I mean, I don't.
No, I'm not saying it does. But when there's a pattern of behavior, and it's consistent, and it's not just in the past, it happens quite frequently in the present. Like, that turns someone from, working on themselves into just an asshole, right?
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, we have the lovely Jackie from Down Under here, and she has already said she's autistic. Jackie, I hope you haven't found any of this insulting or whatever. We are just trying to get to grips with the world and what's going on and try to understand it. So we have been talking about autism. Now, you said before that you might be autistic or you have been diagnosed as such. Would you like to give us your take on it, what it means to be autistic?
Yeah, I was diagnosed when I was like 21. with Asperger's. But yeah, I don't know. It's very confusing. There's a lot of aspects. Everyone is vastly different. And I'm really tired, so I'm not gonna go deep. But yeah, I think for me, there's just a lot of things that I miss socially. Um, and I'm not like a happy clapper, like high five little kid. Like I don't walk in the door like at work, like when I used to work at Macca's and be like, oh hey everyone, whatever. I just walk in on my phone, just whatever. Like I'm just more like that depressive kind of vibe, which people don't like. People want you to like smile and be like fully high up there and high energy, and I'm just like low energy. So I think that's where, yeah, and like
It's
I don't take
interesting
shit.
that I've had that same kind of experience at different points. Sometimes
Yeah.
I've been the clown and the extrovert. Other times, I think that's why I used to think I was bipolar, because I had these sides to me. You know what I mean? But I think I was just riffing off the vibe, around me. But yeah, sometimes I have noticed if you're not extroverted, if you're not, jumping around, it does make other people nervous and maybe even dislike you.
Yeah.
And that's a very unfortunate thing. But I'm going to be controversial here and say I actually think some of that is depending on what socio demographic you're working in. So I would say, from my experience, I've worked in blue collar jobs and I've worked in white collar jobs. I've met all different types of people, and different socio demographic groups have different expectations on how you should behave. And that has been something that's been very interesting to me in life, because I've worked in construction, I've worked in warehouse work, I've worked in offices, and I've mixed with some very high flyers, and there is just different cultural norms on how you operate and how you behave. And if you behave like a bookish introvert in a warehouse or in a factory, well, you're going to get probably torn apart, depending on who's around you. So it is unfortunate, but I think one of the things about life is different environments mean you have to act in different ways, and I think that can be unnerving to a lot of people.
Yeah, for sure.
And then what that also means is sometimes people think there's something wrong with them because they're feeling weird. But I mean, I think we just have to be a bit more realistic and say, actually, I'm just vibing with the people around me, and if it's not working out for me, there are other people I could work with or hang out with, where I might feel a little bit better.
But what if there isn't?
If there isn't, well, then you come on the Finding Gnosis show. I'm joking.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, look, I mean, it's funny though. I say that tongue in cheek because a lot of the stuff we talk about, you do have to. We get very theoretical about things, but then pragmatically, life is very fucking difficult for a lot of people. I just can't stop saying that tonight. It really is. Cougar Duma here is a neuroatypical introvert. He's lucky that he's got this intellectual ability to, go his own way and, work for himself, carve out his own path. But can you imagine, Cougar Duma, if you had your way of thinking, but not the intellectual ability that you had? That would have been hell, wouldn't it?
Yeah. How would that work? If there's people get boxed in, right? If you're able to think, but you can't express yourself or interact with people in your world, then you get boxed in, you get shut in. And I wonder if a lot of people that really do have like really, really damaging autism are really just boxed in. They have a very active inner life, but they just can't find a way to communicate, and they just give up. I mean, what I mean?
I think some of these people are probably very intelligent people, and they're just in an environment that isn't conducive to bringing out the best of what they have to offer.
Yeah, and I probably did have a really good environment. I was raised in the country too. I think the country life is much more forgiving of people who just need to make their own path, you know? Because you can literally find a path, an actual path in the grass and follow it. And it teaches you that you're okay. You're out in you're by yourself. No one wants to talk to you, and you don't want to talk to anybody else. You're out here in the grass and the trees and the birds and whatever else. And I think that being raised in the country was probably beneficial, but you know, it made it difficult to be an adult for me. I mean, I didn't date. I didn't go to parties. No one ever invited me. I never invited myself. I had zero interest in any socializing at all. I got to playing backgammon, and
you still managed to have kids. So
I managed to get married. Yeah, but that's because my wife was, well, the woman to be my wife was really interested in me, and just kind of hammered through, you know, and I kind of respected that. I respected that. And I was like, okay, all right, if you're willing to go to all this trouble, then let's see what happens. She just walked outside. Hi.
That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I'm on the phone. Yeah, I'm just talking about you. I was just talking to these people how lucky I am that you found me and went to all the trouble to marry me. Oh, now she's so happy.
Oh yeah, he did say that 100%. You can even rewind this conversation to hear it. He did say that.
No, I'll take care of it though. I will do it. She just gave me a chore, but I can do it. So anyway, I mean, you know, we either save ourselves or someone saves us. And this is like Hollywood, right? I mean, you can make movies about this kind of stuff.
That's definitely a couple of goals right there.
Jackie, has anything else resonated with you or disturbed you so far? The show today that you've been listening to
disturbed me? No.
Resonated with you? Something that struck a chord that you agreed with, perhaps?
Can I share an anecdote after?
Yeah, I agree with what you guys are saying about autism and stuff and your views and all that. Like, I agree. And with the previous conversation about attractiveness and all that, I mean, these conversations are very, like, I'm so used to going into the, you know, kind of what is life, supernatural stuff. That's kind of where I flow more easily. These conversations are more like surface level, so it's a bit more mundane for me. Like, I'm not as interested in talking about stuff that, I mean, because I'm 33, so like having a conversation about, you know, stuff that everyone already knows to do with, you know, what's attractive to human beings, or, you know, the autistic stuff, because I have been diagnosed, you know, I've had this conversation since that point. You know, I've had these, you know, conversations about psychology and that, and I guess at the moment it's just wearing a bit thin is all, like, with that, because it's so difficult everyone has a different view on, you know, it's like some people, like, I guess I could talk about myself, like some people really like me and really like, you know, the differences, and we get along because we think similar and it's all good. Like, you can't please everyone is what I'm trying to say. Like, some people are gonna, I guess most people, most normies are not, like, they don't feel like they can connect with me. Most regular and, like, you know, Christians as well, even though they're, you know, in the conspiracy circles, they're not your standard normies, because I'm interested in women. That's a thing as well that they don't like. I don't know, there's so many different factors that come into play with, like, everyone, and it's just like you're not going to get along with everyone, you're not going to gel with everyone. There's going to be things about you that they don't like. Some people can't even, like, forgive you. Like, you're, like, mainly women, like straight women, you fuck up once, they will not forgive you. They'll just, you're gone forever. Bye. Like, it's crazy. It's like, what? Like, you fuck up once in their eyes, not even in your eyes, in their eyes, you've done something wrong, and then, you know, goodbye forever. it's wild. There's like nothing you can do. So I don't know. It's I
I
find
was going to
men
say
to be
don't be
more.
sexist, but then I was scrambling
Oh,
for ways to
I'm not being
disagree with you.
sexist. I'm just saying my
No,
personal.
I was scrambling for ways to disagree with you. But look, guys could be like that too, I suppose. We've got
Yeah,
Magazar
but
here.
all my guy
Magazar.
friends, like are more forgiving. Like or like just I don't have those issues, but I suppose it's because I'm not interested. I guess when there's no emotion involved, like if you're interested in someone, I guess that's where the issues start to arise if they're not interested in you, and then it's got like this whole thing there. But yeah, I guess with guys, because I'm not, there's never any pressure about any of that, so it's just easy, and like you could just be who you are, and they're fine with it really, most of the time, really not all the time, but there's obviously guys I don't get along with, but
Yeah, guys didn't have lower standards.
I've got a lot of lesbian friends, so
Yeah, I got some lesbian friends, and they kind of don't really like straight women. I don't know what it is. They just
they don't like straight women.
They don't really
Yeah,
hang
that's
out with
where
them.
I like yeah, I love you. I really do like straight women. I've never actually been attracted to another lesbian before. Like, yeah, never really had real feelings. I've made out with a bisexual. Wait, should I say this? I don't know if I'm sorry. I just kind of so this is my problem. I just overshare. But anyway,
No.
I've been with
Continue.
like a lot of bisexual girls.
It's fine. I mean, have you got any videos? I'm joking. Yeah, no, Jackie. I hear you. Jackie, do you mind? Because it's getting late and I've got to move on because I'm going to have to end the stream maybe in another while. But Magazar came back on. Magazar, what is it you'd like to say?
No, I wanted to talk about a bit of, since we were talking about autism and other mental health issues. What it's like to be living with being diagnosed with schizophrenia, and basically it's like I really hate the fact that mental health, they put a label on you. You're autistic, you have this because you have that. And with schizophrenia it's the same. They you hear voices, you must be insane and stuff like that. But then my life, it was pretty hard to to be functional. But then I started to learn how to block the voices and make them useful, like. And then my life started to change a bit. But I can relate to people with autism because they have issues with socializing in another spectrum. Obviously, it's not the same, but it really does interfere with socialization. When you constantly have those issues, like. And also, I think some of the mental health problems that we have are caused by the environment as well as trauma, like you say. But there's some, it's my opinion anyway, but I think there's some like spiritual side as well sometimes, like when people hear voices. At least that's how I followed it myself. How that's my belief, that because the voices make sense, it's like it's hard to explain. It might be with other alignments that you have with mental health that also are affected by the spiritual. Like it could be, but that's what I think basically. Yeah.
I hear you, Magazar, and you've probably looked into this a lot more than me. Now, I haven't read about this for quite some time, but I remember being quite startled about these voices that people hear. They generally are of a spiritual nature, aren't they? As in, like the people having them believe they are spiritual, right? So they're not hearing like a human voice, or they're hearing a voice from elsewhere. Now they have done some studies, and I believe some people say it's just your inner monologue, going like it's just your inner voice. So as I say, you're the person who lives this life, and I wish you all the best of it. I'm glad you found a way, by the way, of blocking them out. But would you like to tell us, for anybody listening who might be suffering in the same way, any advice maybe on living with schizophrenia and voices coming at you?
What do they say? Like, what are they saying? That's interesting.
Well, we don't want to encourage. We don't.
Oh.
I would say one thing,
No. At least for me, nothing bad. It was more like this is the way I explain it. Okay, that's how there's people with dissociative personality disorder, but it's basically that, but it's in your head. It's like there's other personalities inside your own head that talk to you. That's how easiest way to explain it. If it feels like you're asleep,
I'm glad you have them under control. Now, you said something earlier that I definitely agree with. They label schizophrenia, but schizophrenia is very complex. Apparently there's many different kinds of schizophrenia.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So I mean, you can have schizophrenia where you feel things quite literally. You have a tactile kind of hallucination. Then you can have auditory hallucinations, visual hallucinations, and what's the other one? Smell. Even smell. You can have olfactory hallucinations that make you smell things that aren't really there, or apparently not really there. But for you, Magazar, they say these things usually start like in your kind of, I don't know, early 20s or something.
Yeah, in my early 20s, and they are more like voices in my head, and I usually ask questions, I get a reply, and it's like I'm channeling, like when some mediums say that they're channeling spirit and they get downloads, basically similar to that. So I can control what I hear and what I cannot hear. It's not like the same that some people, I feel like there's some people that they lose control of that and they hear everything at once, and that's what overloads their senses. But for me, over the time, I'm 34 now, so it's been like 14 years since I was diagnosed. So over time, I learned to filter and basically block them completely. And I barely take any medication. I just take a mood stabilizer and that's it. And that's it.
I imagine.
Yeah. So.
Magazar, I'm great. It's great to hear that you're doing well. I imagine someone with someone who's been diagnosed with schizophrenia, it's probably extremely important to keep your stress levels down and to stay healthy. So that you like exercise, eat well, and also, as I said, so that you don't build. Because if you're healthy physically, you can tolerate more stress, right? And I believe stress is a kind of instigator of psychosis, right?
Yeah, exactly. So when I had only 3 psychotic breaks. That's when the hallucinations and the voices, they were all full strength, and those were in moments of extreme stress, like something bad happened in my life. Let's say someone passed away, or maybe really something that shook my world, and that's when it happened. But overall, if you keep your mind clear, you meditate, which helps a lot to control your mind, because it's always, meditation helped me a lot for that. You keep healthy, you eat well, you keep your mind healthy as well. You can pretty much live a normal life,
And try and keep the people around you. Try and make sure the people around you are cool and not causing you much bother.
Yeah, pretty much. You just have to keep the stress levels down, and I think that we all reach a point where you can control with medication and plus meditation plus you reach a point where you can just be normal. You don't hear anything unless you really want to. It's not that hard, but as I say, what kind of made me investigate and research on the spiritual side of schizophrenia was that the visions I had, they had meaning, and some of them were premonitions as well. So that kind of flipped me over because they really happened. It's like I saw stuff, and then after a while, a couple of years after they happened in real life, in 3D world, and it makes me think that this has to be something else that we're tapping into, that we're hearing, that it's just not, a chemical imbalance only.
I suppose. I mean, I've had similar thoughts sometimes of some of the strange things that have happened to me in life. But the thing is, I suppose the key, Magazar, is not to get too carried away because we don't know for sure. So maybe,
exactly.
I think I'd say if you are prone to this way of thinking, or you have a condition like that, then maybe it's a good idea not to encourage those thoughts, not to delve too deeply into them, because it might be like a self-fulfilling prophecy that if you start thinking they're deeply spiritual or whatever, then it might encourage negative spiritual experiences, for example. But if you try to rationalize them, maybe that might be helpful. I don't know, Magazar, but I just worry about walking too far into thinking strange things when you can't prove it. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I know. But what I mean is, like, sometimes I completely forget about. I try to not delve into it, but it just happens, and then I remember what I saw. It's not like I try to, like you say, I try to not, because you attract what your mind is a powerful thing, and you can.
Don't start basing your life around it. That's what I mean. Basing your life. I'm not saying you what to do, but because I know some people do that kind of thing. They have an experience, and then they base their whole life around it. And but again, we can't be sure what happens, so it may not be a healthy thing to do. Thank you so much, Magazar. You've been on twice already tonight, so you're a regular now. So thank you for that. All the way from Argentina, right? Buenos Aires.
Yes.
We got Fatima is back. What would you like to say, Fatima?
Oh, nothing. Just been in and out, yeah.
Okay, well, guys, I'm afraid I am going to have to end the show. But you guys can stay on and chat backstage, no problem. But I've got to go to bed, unfortunately. So if you want, you can say some closing remarks. Kugo, would you like to say anything? Kugo is muted. Yerf, do you want to say anything? Yerf is also muted.
Yeah, I was muted. What's the question?
Okay, sorry.
We're closing down for the night, so just any closing remarks, brother. But you can stay backstage and chat if you want to, because as I said, I'll keep it running, but it won't be live.
Yeah. I probably will log off. My closing remark is, I guess, it's great to hear everybody conversing on all the different topics. I get into my head. I'm a big sciencey guy and materialist and all that, and one of the reasons I come here is because you guys are not like that. So thank you for being you.
It's terrible. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, brother.
No, I'm okay with being evil. It works.
Yeah. I'm a materialist too, mate. So you're not alone. As a final comment, just the Argentinian fella, and I apologize, I've forgotten his name already.
Magazoo or something, yeah.
Oh, Maguzar or something like that, yeah.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
He mentioned meditation, and I've said it before, and I know it might sound weird, but it really, I could almost say it saved me from going nuts. So if you can learn breath meditation, focusing on the breath, it's not spiritual, doesn't have to be spiritual, but it's not in my case, and I have found it incredibly beneficial, and I'll just leave it there.
Awesome. Is that Nightingale? I can't see. Nightingale. What would you like to say?
Yeah, sorry, I'm not really good at this stuff. There's a bunch of times I wanted to jump in, but never really been on one of these things. Just gets all chaotic, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, that's right. You didn't get to talk as much as I hoped you would, but it is a bit like that here, Nightingale, and I'm sure you'll be able to work out how to interject, to get your point across. But I will be mindful of that. I'm sorry, I wasn't mindful enough.
No, it's not your fault.
Sorry about that.
But the whole time you were talking about like the autism stuff, like the socialization, I was like, yeah, like you're pretty much describing me. I'm like all like hyper socially awkward. I mean, yeah,
Right,
like
right. Well, listen, maybe you can come on soon and talk about that. And you know, I don't know, because we're short for time here.
Yeah, no worries.
But I will say one thing: don't be too hard on yourself, because society itself is a very awkward thing. So it's okay to be socially awkward when society itself is awkward. I mean, nobody really knows what's going on. Nobody really knows the inner workings of the people they're talking to, the inner mind. We're all just winging it, and in society, that is, we're trying our best. So don't go too hard on yourself. We're all trying to figure it out. Okay.
Yeah, that means a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, come back soon, Nightingale, and we'll have a proper chat. Yeah.
Yeah, I was looking forward to chatting with what's her name?
Jackie?
Chickpeas.
Oh,
Yeah,
Chickpea. Yeah, Chickpea left. I don't know where she went. I don't know where she went.
I like her worldview, how she views things or whatever. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to chat to her again soon here.
Yeah.
Vegan Marcus, would you like to say anything?
Just take care. Thanks for the live stream and be kind to yourselves.
Nice one. And Jackie, Lady Jackie, last words from you.
Yeah, see you guys later in the chat, because I'm probably gonna stay backstage. But yeah, I don't know. Like, yeah, have a good night, day, whatever it is for you guys. It's daytime for me. I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say in this
All right, Jackie. Thank you very much. All right, folks. I'll chat to you next time. Take care.